The case of Ana Carolina Lopez Enriquez. Ana Carolina Lopez Enrique was born in February 1996 in Mexico. Her biological mother was diagnosed with HIV, while her biological father was unemployed and homeless. With such circumstances, it was difficult for her to have a normal childhood. However, her life changed when she met a man named Efren Lopez Tarango and his wife. Efren was born in 1924 in Chihuahua. By the age of 20, he and his first wife had 6 children, but their marriage eventually ended in separation in 1997. At the age of 65, he remarried. His second wife, Albertina Enriquez Ortegon, was 45 years old. They wanted children of their own, but were unable to conceive. So, they decided to adopt a child. After some time, Efren and Albertina met a little girl who had just turned 1 year old, Ana Carolina. They completed the adoption process at a family integration center known as DIF. After realizing their dream of becoming parents, they registered Ana as their daughter legally to ensure that she would receive full benefits. They then brought her to their home in the city of Chihuahua. From day one, the foster parents tried to give her all their love to meet all her needs. They hired a nanny named Margarita to care for her when they were not around. Margarita described Ana as a wonderful and obedient child. The relationship between the two was good. Sometimes, she shared with Margarita things that she had not had the courage to tell her parents. However, she never felt like she truly belonged in her new family. Over time, she began to harbor resentment toward her half-siblings. She felt that they maintained a relationship with her parents only for selfish, materialistic reasons. At that time, Albertina owned several bars and liquor stores in Chihuahua, as well as real estate in Texas, so they can afford to live a comfortable life and spoil Efren's stepchildren from his previous marriage. However, Ana, their adopted daughter, always received the most attention and gifts. They not only gave her their love, but also fulfilled all her wishes. One of Efren's grandchildren recalled that Ana was deeply cherished and always got whatever she wanted. She was among the first in the family to own a desktop computer, a mobile phone, and trendy clothes. People who knew Ana say that as a teenager, she always took care of her appearance. Her nails are always carefully taken care of, which showed that she frequented high-quality beauty salons. Her hair was soft, long, slightly wavy, and always neatly trimmed. When it came to clothing, she preferred simple styles, often wearing regular jeans or trousers, but she always looked impeccable at school. She excelled academically. Her teachers described her as the smartest student. She got along well with her classmates, never missed school, and was always diligent in her studies, although Ana always knew she was adopted. But the way she behaved with her adoptive parents was still very natural. Sometimes she argued with her mother, but to others, it looked like normal teenage rebellion. She seems quiet and doesn't interact much with her classmates. Maybe her introverted personality makes her withdrawn, or maybe she had trouble expressing her feelings during her school years. Ana was bullied several times by older teenagers who called her an orphan. These incidents deeply hurt her. She tried to talk to her parents, Efren and Albertina, about it, but they didn't take the issue seriously. Over time, this made her resent them more and more. She disliked that they were older than the parents of her peers. At times, she even thought about teaching them a lesson for not protecting her from being bullied. Over time, Ana feels increasingly resentful towards her adoptive parents, Efren and Albertina. Behind her gentle appearance lies an unapproachable personality. She gradually became more dissatisfied with them. However, it was difficult to pinpoint exactly when she started to change. She even became cruel to her dog, which really worried her parents. They concluded that she needed psychological help to uncover the root cause of her escalating aggression. So Efren and Albertina decided to send Ana to a boarding school in America. Before doing so, they planned a trip to Venice for her. What they didn't know, however, was that she had already started devising a plan a year earlier to distance herself from them permanently. She wanted to break free from their control and free herself from the constraints of life, realizing that, with her small size and weight, she could not carry out the massacre alone. She began looking for an accomplice. The person she targeted was a young man named Jose Alberto Grajeda Batista. Convincing him to join her plan was easy, as her parents disapproved of their relationship and had even forbidden them from seeing each other at one point. The plan also included Jose's friend, a young man named Mauro Alexis Gomez Zamaron. If the plan succeeded, Ana will receive a large inheritance from her adoptive parents, Efren and Albertina. Thanks to that, she can marry Jose and buy a house. However, things will not be as peaceful as a fairy tale because she has a cruel plan to kill both Efren and Albertina. Ana chose Friday, May 3, 2013, as the day to carry out her plan. She chose this day because Margarita was off work that day, and her father, Efren, would be out bowling from lunch until dinner. This means her mother, Albertina, will be at home with her after Efren left the house. She secretly brought in her accomplices, Mauro and Jose. She then went into the kitchen and called Albertina, pretending to need help finding a recipe. When Albertina arrived, Mauro silently approached her from behind and strangled her with a cable until she stopped resisting. She died, looking into the face of her adoptive daughter, Ana, while Ana stood by and watched her accomplices carry out the murder. Immediately after the attack, they injected Albertina with several doses of rat poison and hid her body. They then waited for Efren to arrive. When he entered the house, Ana used the same trick she had done with Albertina, luring him into the kitchen under the pretense of cutting fruit. There, he was caught off guard. Mauro quickly strangled him to stop him from breathing. However, Mauro was not sure that he was dead, so Mauro chained him to the table leg to prevent him from moving if he woke up. Ultimately, he was also injected with poison. With the first phase of their plan complete, the group stole all the money from the house and left to celebrate their success. When they returned, they drank beer and chatted casually, much like ordinary teenagers. The next morning, they cleaned up the crime scene, wrapped Efren and Albertina's bodies in plastic bags, loaded them into a white van. They then drove to the ring road, stopping briefly to buy gasoline, before selecting a suitable location to dispose of the bodies. A short while later, they realized they had nothing to ignite the corpses. They got back in the car and drove to the nearest store to buy matches. In the end, Jose burned their bodies. They were surprised that the fire spread so quickly that smoke was still clearly visible as they drove away. They then continued to burn Efren and Albertina's car. When they were done, they returned to the city. Mauro went straight home, while Ana and Jose stopped at a restaurant for something to eat. After visiting several stores to buy new mobile phones, Ana tried on various wedding rings, while Jose purchased a watch. Later in the afternoon, they attended a party at the place where Jose worked part-time as a waiter. That evening, the ministerial police in the city of Chihuahua discovered the charred bodies of two unidentified individuals due to the unusual condition of the bodies. The police requested assistance from forensic experts at the city prosecutor's office. In response, an expert named David Ochoa was sent to the scene. David was the specialist the authorities routinely consulted to profile criminals. David arrived at the scene within 20 minutes. The site was an abandoned lot in the southern part of the city, notorious for being a haven for criminals. Upon arrival, he immediately noticed that the bodies were burned. Judging by the condition of their teeth, he could easily tell that they were elderly. Their facial expressions suggested they were not anticipating the attack, showing no signs of fear or surprise. This led David to conclude that the victims likely trusted their killer over his 17 years of service. David had investigated 250 crime scenes. Part of his expertise involved constructing psychological profiles of criminals. He approached crime scenes as though they were works of art, analyzing every detail to understand the mind of the perpetrator. Even the smallest clues would reveal whether the attacker enjoyed inflicting pain or derived pleasure from the crime. Autopsies revealed that one victim was a woman in her 60s and the other a man in his 90s. The ages of the victims made the case extremely rare, especially since less than 1% of murders at the time involved people over 80. As experts worked to clarify the details of the incident, Anna attempted to report the disappearance of her parents, Efren and Albertina. Initially, she reached out to her aunt, who advised her to contact the police and file an official report. It seemed that she was very confused when she went to the police station to report her parents' absence for a long time. Anna explained to the police that, until a few days before her parents, Efren and Albertina, went missing, everything had been normal at home. After carefully reviewing her testimony, the police filed a report on the disappearance of Efren and Albertina. Police soon connected their disappearance to two bodies found earlier. After an investigation, the authorities had the results of the autopsy and confirmed that the two bodies found were Efren and Albertina. Since then, the police have focused all their efforts to clarify the massacre. According to investigators, they interviewed all relevant witnesses, including Anna. Initially, no one suspected her involvement. Everything unfolded according to her plan, and her tragic backstory helped her gain the trust of the police, who viewed her as a victim. However, Jose, a man with a troubled past, began to reveal contradictions in his testimony. Investigators pointed out inconsistencies in his testimony, causing him to waver. Within minutes, he confessed that he, Anna, and Mauro had killed her adoptive parents, Efren and Albertina, as part of a revenge plan she had devised. After confessing, he sought psychological support. Once he regained his composure, he provided a detailed account of the crime. According to Jose, the murders were motivated by Anna's resentment toward her adoptive parents, Efren and Albertina. One day, he asked if she wanted him to solve the problem for her. She agreed, and from that point on, the group worked together to devise a plan to kill Efren and Albertina. Meanwhile, Anna has a change of attitude after Jose is questioned again. Without hesitation, Anna confidently told the police that she felt no regret for her actions. Her only concern was that she could no longer marry Jose. The fact that she had taken the lives of her adoptive parents, who loved her like their own daughter, did not trouble her. According to Anna, she could no longer endure their presence in her life, and their murder gave her a sense of freedom. Her calm demeanor remained even as she recounted everything in court. Anna's calmness while committing this barbaric crime attracted the attention of the prosecutor's office. They noticed that she showed absolutely no remorse. Investigators and trial participants have emphasized Mauro's role, who is alleged to have suggested how the crime was carried out. Therefore, the prosecutor's office tried to prove that the crime was a deliberate crime with bad motives and aggravating circumstances, such as personal gain. Under the country's criminal code, such a crime can be punished with life imprisonment. In Anna's case, the law was applied differently. The Supreme Court determined that she was a minor at the time of the crime, meaning her maximum prison sentence could only be 15 years, and that was only if she were convicted of aggravated murder. In contrast, her accomplices, Jose and Mauro, faced the possibility of spending the rest of their lives in prison. According to available records, they appeared in court in 2013. Chilling testimonies from the criminals revealed disturbing details. Mauro, one of the accomplices, may have been mentally unstable at the time of the crime. He suggested that Jose and Anna used the stolen money to buy food and supplies for themselves, acting as if nothing had happened when the details of the case were clarified. Mauro was the most reckless and heartless person in the group. He is the one who gives orders and commands to Jose and Anna. The group gathered all the tools used in the crime, placed them in a bag, and loaded it into the car they used to transport the bodies. Upon arriving at the location, they had chosen to dispose of the bodies. Mauro took charge. He removed the bodies from the car and poured gasoline over them as their confessions were presented in court. The room was filled with cries of anguish. Some wept because they were hearing, for the first time, the horrifying details of how their loved ones were killed. Others were in shock, unable to believe that their children had been involved in a conspiracy to take the lives of two innocent people. Mauro's mother seemed to be the most affected by the situation. She occasionally glanced at their son, as if questioning whether he was still the same person she had raised. Unlike Jose and Mauro, Anna's trial was held in private because she was still a minor. This worked to Anna's advantage, allowing for a shorter trial that focused primarily on her mental health issues. She had already undergone a psychological evaluation, and the results were included in the case. The report was both shocking and revealing. Experts noted that, despite her young age, the girl showed serious signs of psychological disorders. She was said to have sadistic tendencies, lacked empathy, had no conscience, and was not emotionally attached to her parents. Criminologist David Ochoa, who was involved in the investigation, remarked that it was extremely rare to encounter a young criminal who didn't cry. He was particularly astonished that Anna was capable of harming the very people who had taken her in and provided her with a life of luxury. The prosecution then made a final argument, asserting that Anna was fully aware of her physical inability to carry out the plan on her own. Despite her adoptive parents' advanced age, she sought out someone with physical strength to help carry out the plan. Anna pleaded guilty to the murder of her adoptive parents under aggravating circumstances, as well as to robbery. As a result, she was sentenced to 14 years and 6 months in prison and was transferred to a social reintegration center for juvenile offenders. In contrast, her two accomplices, Jose and Mauro, who were adults at the time of the crime, each received a 37 years prison sentence. It is important to clarify the charges brought against each of the criminals. Judicial representatives concluded that, during different stages of the incident that led to the deaths of Efren and Albertina, both Anna and Mauro acted as the organizers. Anna was the one who proposed killing her adoptive parents. Efren and Albertina, however, it was Mauro who devised the plan for the crime. Consequently, Mauro was considered the main perpetrator as he executed the plan. While Anna played the role of an accomplice, Anna provided Jose and Mauro with information about her adoptive parents, chose the date of the attack, and assisted in preparing the crime after the verdict was announced. Relatives of Efren and Albertina spoke out. They could not believe that this had happened to their loved ones. They also found it disturbing that Anna showed no visible signs of remorse. One of Efren's nephews mentioned that Anna was not only loved by her foster parents, but also had all her wishes fulfilled. He said that although Anna sometimes showed rudeness like other teenage girls, she was still a gentle child. Additionally, Efren's family announced their intention to appeal to the state Congress to lower the age of criminal responsibility to 16 years. This is because Anna, due to her young age, could be released from prison relatively soon. Despite the severity of her crime, they found this deeply unjust. While they understand that lowering the age of criminal responsibility will not apply to Anna, they hope it can help prevent similar tragedies in the future. As Efren and Albertina's families grieved their loss, many of Anna's close friends were in shock. They could not believe she was capable of committing such a crime. Eventually, they decided to cut all ties with her, vowing never to speak to her again or visit her in prison. One of the people most affected by the tragedy was Margarita, Anna's former nanny. Devastated by the news of such a horrific crime, Margarita appeared in public in the days that followed looking exhausted. With dark circles under her eyes, she seemed so frail that many believed she might require immediate medical attention. When speaking to journalists, Margarita expressed shock and disbelief, saying that Anna's actions were unacceptable. She could not understand why such a terrible thing happened, and no one seemed to be able to come up with a reasonable explanation. 4 months after Anna was sent to the Center for Social Reintegration of Juvenile Offenders, a brief article about her appeared in a local newspaper. It portrayed her as a model inmate who strictly followed all the rules set by the center's administration. It was reported that Anna had no issues with any of the other prisoners. She actively participated in the judo program and never missed a training session during this time. She also resumed her studies and expressed hope of one day pursuing higher education at a university. According to available information, the only visitors she received were her two aunts from her biological mother's side. Although Anna was sentenced to 14 years and 6 months in prison, she was released after serving only 5 years. Her release was handled with strict confidentiality, as her case had caused widespread public uproar. In March 2018, authorities decided to release her due to legal reforms addressing juvenile offenders. The changes reduced her maximum sentence to 5 years. After her release, Anna disappeared from public view, however. Reports indicate that Efren and Albertina's families filed a civil lawsuit to strip her of inheritance rights, arguing that her and her accomplices' actions led to the deaths of Efren and Albertina. The case of Justin Murtis Barber. The only sound is the gentle lapping of the waves from the calm ocean. But is this peace ever undisturbed? The Bahamas, a beautiful Caribbean archipelago near Florida, attracts many American couples for weddings. April and Justin Barber were also preparing to seal their union with the bonds of marriage on this stunning beach. Their families joyfully that the profound bond of love was about to unite them for life. Everyone looked forward to a memorable celebration and a future of happiness. In 1993, at just 17 years old, April lost her mother, who had been battling a serious illness for a long time. Unfortunately, the disease proved too strong. The family struggled to cope with this loss. Her father, unable to handle his grief, fell into depression and became addicted to banned substance, which made it impossible for him to care for his children. As a result, April had to take on the responsibility of looking after her younger brother and sister. She effectively became a mother figure, managing household tasks, taking her baby brother to daycare, and her sister to school. April worked hard to keep everything organized and ensure that important tasks were not overlooked. She also focused on her studies, determined not to let her circumstances lead her to drop out of school or fall into depression like her father. Through her strength and resilience, April was able to navigate this difficult period in her life. The death of her mother motivated her to pursue a career in medicine and help fight cancer. April's determination is impressive. She successfully enrolled at the University of Oklahoma, achieving her first goal. Her time as a student was filled with more joy. She made friends and found happiness again. In 1998, when April turned 23, she met Justin Barber, 20-year-old who was in his final year at the same university. Although April had dated other guys before, none compared to Justin. He was ambitious, one of the top students in his class, and had a clear vision for his future. April quickly fell in love, and her heart raced every time Justin walked by. Soon, Justin fell also deeply in love with her and decided to introduce her to his parents. April made a great impression on them, and they were thrilled with their son's choice. Their close friends recognized that Justin and April was meant to be together, and that nothing could stand in the way of their future. The couple felt the same way and decided not to delay their plans. They took a confident step and decided to get married. Some people initially thought of April and Justin's decision was rushed, but they quickly changed their minds. And conquered by the love of the couple, in 1999, April and Justin took a week-long trip to the Bahamas to celebrate their long-awaited wedding. The celebration was a success, and they enjoyed their honeymoon. After moving to Georgia, they both found jobs. Justin became a salesman, while April worked in the radiology department, marking a significant advancement in her career. 2 years passed quickly. They was happy, and everything was going well. April and Justin faced their first challenge when Justin was offered a highly favorable position as a commercial director. It would be unwise to turn down such an opportunity. However, there was one issue. The job was located in Jacksonville, Florida, which was over 3 hours away from home. Despite this, April encouraged he to accept the job, confident that they would find a solution to the distance, since she couldn't leave her job in Georgia yet. She stayed behind while Justin moved to Florida. They agreed to meet on weekends in various locations. Although the situation was tough, they quickly adapted to their new circumstances. Time goes by without any major issues. On Saturday, August 17, 2002, April traveled to Florida to celebrate their 3rd anniversary. Their plans for the evening were simple. April wanted to have dinner at Carabas, a restaurant known for its delicious food and enjoyable billiards. Everything went according to plan. They enjoyed their meal and relaxed. After dinner, they got into the car, but chose not to return home just yet. Instead, Justin drove them to a small, secluded beach they often visited to celebrate special occasions. They loved this spot for its tranquility. After arriving at their meeting spot, they settled in their favorite area and decided to take a barefoot walk along the beach. Their moment was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a stranger. April and Justin exchanged confused glances. People were so rare in this area. Before they could fully process the situation, the man began to threaten them in the moonlight. His face was hard to see, but they could tell he was wearing a cap and yelling loudly. Justin suspected it might be a robbery. Just then, the man pulled out a weapon without thinking. Justin charged at the stranger to protect April. A violent struggle ensued, followed by the sound of a weapon. Justin lost consciousness during the fight. When he woke up, he found himself alone on the beach. The attacker had fled. Simultaneously, April was missing. He called out her name, but there was no response. What had happened? Had the criminal taken her, or had she managed to escape? Perhaps she had gone to find help. Justin ran along the shore, shouting her name, but to no avail. In his desperation, he nearly panicked when he suddenly spotted a figure a few meters away. Justin approached and realized it was April lying face down in the water. Motionless, she was unconscious. He pulled April onto the sand and tried to wake her by talking to her, but she didn't respond. In the darkness, he initially missed the signs of her injuries, but then, as he examined her, he discovered she had been attacked multiple times. A horror came over him, and he understood he needed to act fast. Justin attempted to lift April's body but couldn't manage it. Instead, he grabbed her by the waist and began dragging her toward the road, which was several hundred meters away. Aiming for the embankment that led to the highway to flag down a car for help, he had to climb the stairs from the beach to reach the crossing, which forced him to try lifting April again. But he failed, summoning his last bit of strength. He finally lifted her, but immediately collapsed to the ground. He did not understand what was happening to him. There was no trace of energy left. Suddenly, Justin realized he was injured as well. Discovering 4 weapon wounds on his body, he faced a tough decision between to stay with April and most likely die with her, or go in search of help, leaving his wife in the wilderness. Ultimately, he chose to seek assistance and made his way to the road to hitchhike. After 3 cars passed without stopping, he spotted his own car parked nearby, struggling. He managed to reach it and got behind the wheel. Although he risked losing consciousness during the drive, he felt there was no other choice. As he entered the city, he continuously scanned for anyone who might help him. At a traffic light, when it turned red, he brought the car to a stop and dialed emergency services. The medics were the first to arrive, and he provided them with a detailed account of the situation. He urgently informed them that April was still on the stairs at the beach. The rescuers relayed this information to the police, highlighting that an armed robbery had escalated into an attack. The police faced a major challenge in locating April. Justin's information was not entirely accurate. He mentioned the beach and stairs, but failed to provide enough details to identify the exact crime scene. This resulted in a significant delay in their search. Eventually, they found April, but it was too late to save her. A murder investigation was initiated. Investigators visited the hospital to question Justin and gather information about the events of that tragic night at the beach. Upon entering his room, Justin immediately asked about his wife. They informed him that April had been found, but could not be saved. After allowing him a moment to process the news, they asked him to describe the attacker in detail. Justin described the assailant as a tall, muscular man, weighing around 100 kilos. With an Asian appearance, his facial features were obscured, and he was wearing a cap and a loose t-shirt. However, these details were quite limited for investigation. The police recorded Justin's injuries, which included wounds on his arm, left shoulder, lower neck, and chest. Although these injuries were in sensitive areas, they were not life-threatening, and he was discharged from the hospital the following day. Justin attended April's funeral in Oklahoma, where he said goodbye to his beloved wife before returning to Florida. He is determined to help law enforcement find the dangerous killer. Justin spent over 10 hours at the crime scene, describing the events that occurred along the ocean shore and answering all the investigators' questions during this time. A potential lead surfaced. An eyewitness reported seeing a car parked next to Justin's on the night of the murder. However, this lead was considered unhelpful because the witness could not recall the car's model or license plate. Investigation into the case revealed that April was likely feeling anxious, so she carrying a stun weapon. Additionally, 3 weeks prior to the incident, her home had been robbed and her car had been broken into. This raised concerns that someone might have been stalking her or planning to harm her. To investigate further, they interviewed April's colleagues in Georgia. Everyone claimed that the break-in was unrelated to the murder, leading investigators to suspect that someone close to April and Justin may have had a motive to harm them. As the investigation continued, Justin became frustrated with what he perceived as a lack of urgency from law enforcement. He not realizing that detectives were deliberately keeping their true suspicions from him. They believed he was the actual killer. Justin's description of the robbery at a remote beach raised alarms among investigators, since such crimes were rare in that area. There had been no previous reports of similar incidents, and it seemed unlikely that a thief would wait several days to find a target. Additionally, after the attack, the assailant left behind Justin's belongings, including his wallet and April's diamond ring, which made it difficult to believe that the motive was theft. After Justin buried his wife, he returned to Florida. Eager to help with the investigation, he spent hours on the beach trying to remember details of the attack. However, detectives that closely observed his actions, they noticed that he seemed to be faking his grief. He covered his face with his hands, but did not actually cry. During questioning, Justin claimed that 3 cars drove past him without stopping to help. If this were true, at least one of the drivers should have called the police after seeing him hurt, but no calls were made. He also mentioned that he drove about 15 kilometers before stopping at a red light, which enabled him to call for emergency assistance. Investigators followed his route and were confused as to why he had driven such a long distance when there were numerous 24-hour stores nearby where he could have sought help. He passed by a McDonald's that was always open, as well as a pharmacy and a gas station, both of which never closed. Why did he need to drive 15 kilometers? These inconsistencies led the investigators to focus more on Justin. They started looking into the couple's seemingly perfect life, which once again revealed that appearances can be misleading from an outside perspective. It appeared that Justin was very devoted to April. When they moved to Georgia, April's younger siblings came to live with them. However, the busy work schedules made it difficult to care for the children, so they decided to send them back to Oklahoma. Justin strongly opposed this decision, insisting that the kids stay with the family and becoming visibly angry. This reaction surprised their family members, who thought Justin was trying to maintain the appearance for show. Additionally, Justin often belittled April by constantly monitoring her weight and taking every opportunity to insult her if she gained any. This behavior took a toll on April, causing her significant emotional distress as she became fixated on dieting to avoid further criticism. Moreover, there is more serious evidence that points to trouble. April suspected her husband of infidelity During the weeks he spent in Florida, she believed he was seeing another woman, whose identity remained unknown. But she was aware that this woman attended tennis sessions with him. April had previously spoken to Justin about suspicions regarding his fidelity, but he denied everything. The investigators found Justin's mistress, Shannon Kennedy, an employee of a rental car agency that Justin worked. Shannon became involved in the investigation. She went to the police station for questioning and was extremely frank. She said that she and Justin really had an intimate relationship while she was being questioned. Justin was in the police station, unaware that investigators were speaking with Shannon when asked about her. He denied any intimate relationship, however. When the police threatened to bring Shannon in to compare their statements, Justin confessed to infidelity. This revelation led investigators to discover that the seemingly perfect Barber family was far from normal. What was most important was that Justin turned out to be a liar. If he could lie about his extramarital affair, could he be lying about everything else? This made the investigators question his every word. The next step was to search the suspect's house, where investigators discovered 2 life insurance policies, each worth $2 million, and taken out in the names of both spouses. This fact serves as evidence against Justin, a second motive for April's murder. While the first motive was betrayal, investigators learned that the amounts on the insurance policies were arranged by Justin himself. It's clear that April was unaware of the total amounts, but she let him persuade her. Moreover, the summer of 2002 had been tough for Justin, as he fell into $50 of debt, largely due to all his starting capital being burned up in the stock exchange. The connection gradually formed in the case. A husband deeply in debt and a $2 million life insurance policy taken out on his wife placed Justin at the top of the suspect list. However, there were significant hurdles in making a formal accusation. First, there was a lack of direct evidence linking him to April's murder. Second, Justin himself was attacked that night. With a bullet lodged in his chest, investigators was later determined that all bullets that hit him, including the one in his chest, missed vital organs. Investigators came to the conclusion that it was a wound that Justin had inflicted himself. The collection of evidence continued, which did not allow the suspect to be immediately arrested after moving to Oregon. Far from Florida, he found a job and eventually started a new relationship with a woman. It seemed that Justin's life had returned to normal, and American justice no longer bothered him. The case began to take on the character of a cold case. Despite the strong evidence against their primary suspect, investigators struggled to find anything that could lead to his conviction. Nevertheless, the Oklahoma justice system remained determined to prove his guilt. The female judge consistently pressured the state attorney general to charge Justin. The prosecutor hesitated to start the trial due to the uncertain outcome, but eventually, the prosecutor sided with the judge and sought justice so that Justin Barber's guilt would be established. In July 2004, nearly 2 years after April's tragic death, Justin was arrested and charged with her murder. It was another 2 years before the trial began in June 2006. Before discussing a conviction, the prosecutor needed to persuade the jury that Justin had premeditated the murder. The evidence pointed clearly toward him. They stated that if there had been another suspect or a viable lead, they would have pursued it. However, the lies and inconsistencies in Justin's own testimony only heightened the suspicion against him. The investigators presented the jury with reasons why Justin did not need to drive 15 kilometers to stop at the intersection, noting that there were 24-hour stores along the route. In response, Justin admitted he didn't remember clearly how he drove or what actions he took. It was surprising that he did not express this uncertainty earlier and only mentioned it after being questioned in court. Next, Shannon Kennedy spoke about her relationship with Justin. She revealed that she initially had no idea he was married, and the truth only came out after several meetings when it was the accused's turn to speak. He talked about April, claiming that he loved her but could no longer live with her in this context. The indirect nature of what was said was clear. Justin's lawyers hurried to persuade the jury that he mentioned this without considering murder, but simply because he wanted to end his marriage. A common situation for many couples. It was time for the most difficult part of the trial for the prosecutor. However, they had a crucial piece of evidence. An expert information technology specialist testified in court about the contents of Justin's computer and made a surprising discovery. 6 months before the murder, Justin searched online for how to attack himself without dying. He also looked up terms like chest-attacked wound trauma. This is suggesting that he intentionally researched areas of the body where a bullet could be struck without causing fatal harm. The defense also provided its expert, a qualified doctor, who explained the seriousness of Justin's injuries. He noted that one of the bullets came close to hitting an artery, which could have led to a fatal outcome. The discussion then shifted to the last piece of evidence. When investigators discovered April's body, they observed blood on her face that flowed in a single direction and was evenly distributed. This was surprising to the investigators because Justin claimed that April's body had been handled roughly and had changed position 18 times. The defense expert clarified that only one side of April's face was bloody because her body was lying face down and partially submerged in water. It is likely that the water washed away. The listed points were the main ones in the trial, and it was on them that the jury had to rely when establishing or refuting the guilt of the suspect. The trial was complex, lacking direct evidence and the murder weapon, which was never found. The discussions lasted over 28 hours across 2 days, but the verdict was still not reached. A third day was required, and there were fears that the discussion would continue. The jury ultimately found Justin Barber guilty of premeditated murder for killing April. The judge sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole, despite Justin's repeated attempts to initiate legal proceedings to prove his innocence. None were successful. He will remain in prison for the rest of his life with strong evidence, including digital data, financial transactions, and Justin's behavior before and after the case. The court made a fair judgment. Close a painful case. The case of Alexandra Duxay. Alexandra Duxay, a talented and ambitious young woman, was once the pride of her family and friends with a promising career in the entertainment industry. With her radiant appearance, intelligence, and burning passion, Alexandra appeared in many television shows and relentlessly pursued her big dream. But everything suddenly stopped one day in May 2006, when she was found brutally murdered in the basement of her family's home in Milford, Connecticut. Alexandra's tragic death not only shocked the community, but also opened a years-long investigation, revealing haunting hidden corners of the person who took her life. Alexandra was born on December 9, 1979, in New Haven, Connecticut, USA. Her relatives called her Sandra. She grew up on the coast, just an hour outside of New York. In the Milford area, Alexandra's parents were named John and Linda. The girl's parents met in 1974 in Connecticut, and a few months later, they got married. Alexandra had 2 older brothers. Despite the age difference, they were very close. The brothers looked after their younger sister and helped their parents. They all played sports together and spent most of their time playing games. They lived in a big house, and Alexandra used the basement as her room. Later, she equipped it not only as a bedroom, but also as a gym, where she invited friends over for overnight stays and socializing. Alexandra was engaged in dancing and gymnastics in high school. She had a dream of becoming an actress, which quite corresponded with her ambitious and active character. She had been dancing throughout her childhood, and in her youth, she began to take part in various competitions, earning awards along the way. She had a very busy schedule. In addition to dancing, Alexandra continued her studies to get a degree in law after receiving her secondary education. she entered college. Alexandra completed dance courses and then got a part-time job at a bank. While working there, she met her first love, a guy named Matthew Pugh. Both loved sports and worked hard. Alexandra was able to obtain a bachelor's degree in finance and became a systems analyst at the same bank where she had worked for several years prior. She dedicated almost 10 years to this business, and in parallel, she received a license as a real estate agent. At the age of 23, Alexandra also became an assistant teacher at the dance academy. Career successes accompanied her, and later, Alexandra performed a lot in New York, dancing at events and even starring in music videos. At 26, she began working with a producer from Atlanta to create demo versions of videos for music albums. Her dreams began to materialize. An agent in New York who helped her pass auditions, and as a result, she landed supporting roles in a popular TV series for Alexandra. It was a significant milestone, despite the secondary role. She believed it was only a stepping stone to greater success, given the scale of her activities. She had practically no time for a personal life, despite having dated her boyfriend for years. By January 2004, they decided to break up. Alexandra chose to fully concentrate on work and dancing. This decision coincided with a difficult time for her family. Her parents also decided to separate. Her father returned to Florida to be closer to his elderly mother. By this time, Alexandra's brothers had moved away and were living with their own families, leaving her effectively alone with her mother. Despite most of the house being vacated, she continued to live in the basement, which she had equipped for her own purposes. It contained training equipment, as well as a whole stand filled with dance awards. Alexandra lived in the basement with her big dog, and her busy life did not prevent her from attending acting auditions. She had new prospects in cinema during this period, and also became interested in charity work. She collected items and toys for children from low-income families, and later planned to organize a free canteen for those in need with like-minded individuals. However, the situation changed dramatically. On May 19, 2006, Alexandra met her best friend, Nicole, with whom she worked out at the gym. They trained together from 10.15 to 11.15, after which her friend left. Nicole wanted to stay longer at the gym, while Alexandra planned to go home for lunch and to get ready for her evening plans. Around 4 p.m., Nicole called Alexandra, but the call went straight to voicemail. This was unusual, as Alexandra was usually very responsive due to her work requiring frequent phone communication. By 4:03 p.m., Alexandra still had not replied. Meanwhile, Linda, Alexandra's mother, arrived home and noticed the front door was wide open. Alexandra's favorite dog was outside in the courtyard, and her daughter's white Mitsubishi was parked in the driveway. This was odd, because the doors were usually closed, and the dog never went outside without a collar and leash. The dog sat outside, wagging its tail, which added to Linda's concern. She was in a panic, trying to understand what had happened. So she entered the house screaming. As Linda moved through the house, her anxiety grew. She went to the basement stairs and noticed large drops of dark red liquids on the floor. When she reached the bottom, she saw another large, dark red liquid stain. To her horror, she found Alexandra lying on her back, unresponsive. With a massive pool of red liquid beneath her, Alexandra had a severe head injury and was lying in an unnatural position under a table. The mother initially thought her daughter might have fallen down the stairs and hit her head on the radiator, which had a visible blood stain. Linda rushed to her daughter to check for a pulse, but found none. She could barely regain her composure and managed to call 911 in a state of panic. She screamed into the phone, trying to describe the horrific scene before her. The dispatcher struggled to understand her, as her words were often interrupted by sobs and incoherent mumbling. Eventually, the dispatcher understood that Linda's daughter was lying on the basement floor and showed no signs of life. When several police officers arrived, Linda met them outside. The sight they encountered in the basement was one of the most disturbing they had ever seen. In here, there are traces of a terrible attack, and Alexandra's face was seriously injured. A piece of the knife was found embedded in her skull. The broken handle lay nearby. It was clear that Alexandra had been attacked with a kitchen knife, with such force that the handle had snapped off. Alexandra received blunt force trauma to the face, and her mother discovered that one of Alexandra's trophies was missing. Investigators believe the perpetrator used the trophy to seriously injure Alexandra's face. The police quickly concluded that Alexandra was a murder victim, along with the brutal injuries and the apparent murder weapon. Investigators found a shoe print in the blood. This shoe print lacked a typical tread pattern. Additionally, small traces of blood were found in other areas of the house, including the bathroom on the toilet seat and sink, presumably where the attacker was trying to wash his hands. Moreover, investigators noticed signs of an attempt to clean the red streaks in certain spots around the home. This led law enforcement to suspect that there was a personal motive behind the crime, possibly related to the missing trophy. Given the violent nature of the attack, they believed the culprit was likely someone known to Alexandra. While most furniture and belongings in the apartment were untouched, nearly all the clothes had been removed from the closet, and valuables like jewelry and money were left behind. It appeared the assailant was searching for something specific, which resulted in items being strewn across the bed and floor. The police reported that Alexandra was attacked when she went to the basement. She was pushed down the stairs, suffering her first injury when she hit her head on the radiator. She did not die immediately. As there were clear signs of a struggle, detectives quickly determined that the knife used in the attack had been brought from outside. Since none of the kitchen utensils from the house were missing, investigators accessed a mobile phone belonging to the victim and discovered over 100 phone numbers she was familiar with, all of which needed to be thoroughly examined. During the investigation of the crime scene, another notable detail emerged. A garbage bag had been removed from the trash can. This suggested that the attacker had disposed of it to avoid leaving crucial evidence for the investigators. They believed that he might have changed his clothes, using the large garbage bag to dispose of blood-stained items around 5 p.m. Alexandra's brother and her friend Nicole arrived at the scene. Nicole was in a state of hysteria because, having seen Alexandra alive a few hours earlier, the quiet Milford area where Alexandra lives is filled with people close to her, including Linda and Nicole. The local community was anxious to know what had happened, but the police refused to provide any comments until they clarified the circumstances of the crime. The house was cordoned off. A friend mentioned that after her workout, Alexandra had planned to get ready for a date with a new guy, whom she intended to meet at a restaurant. Nicole identified the guy as Jason Malone, but she did not know any other details, which making him a person of interest for the police. Detectives and family members of Alexandra were canvassing the area and interviewing residents in Milford, a place known for its low crime rate. This incident shocked the community. Alexandra was a celebrity known for her minor roles in the TV series Law and Order. Now, she herself has become the face of crime reporting. The seriousness of the situation brought national media attention. The police reached out to the media to seek potential witnesses, prompting local journalists to actively search for information. However, neighbors provided conflicting accounts. One man reported seeing a red pickup truck near the scene around 12:03 p.m. that he believed did not belong to anyone in the area. Another neighbor claimed to have seen a black man walking past the victim's house around 4 p.m., who then got into a dark green Honda Accord. Unfortunately, none of the witnesses took photos or remembered the license plate numbers. Meanwhile, detectives were trying to learn more about Jason, who out to be Alexandra's new boyfriend, although they couldn't reach him directly. His sister answered the police's calls and provided information about him, allowing them to invite him to the police station for questioning. When Jason arrived, he appeared nervous, but firmly stated that he had no involvement in the murder. He confirmed that he was Alexandra's new boyfriend. explaining that they met when he visited the bank with a friend. He was shy and told his friend that he found her very attractive. Jason asked his friend to get Alexandra's phone number for him, which she agreed. That evening, she called Jason. They arranged to meet and chat, eventually planning their first date. Jason was a few years older than Alexandra at the time of their meeting. He lived with his mother, having moved out from his ex-girlfriend, with whom he had broken up. Jason was experiencing a tough time, as his relationship with his ex sometimes rekindled and then fell apart again. He worked for an energy company, where he checked electric meters in homes throughout the city. Meanwhile, Alexandra was in no hurry to announce them as a couple. After a 6-year relationship with her ex, she wanted to take a closer look at her new boyfriend and make no statements about him. At the station, Jason reported that he called Alexandra around noon. They had a calm conversation and made plans for the evening, intending to have dinner together. During their phone call, Alexandra suddenly asked him to hold on because she saw her ex-boyfriend outside her house. Jason then heard the door open, and Alexandra asked, "What are you doing here?" but received no response. After the door closed, she picked up her phone again and told Jason she couldn't talk at that moment. Jason suspected that she let someone into her house and then didn't call him back, which made him feel suspicious and a bit jealous. 15 minutes later, when she still hadn't called back, he started to worry. Fortunately, she answered his call at 12:35. They spoke for a few more minutes, but Alexandra didn't mention who had visited her or why. Jason's account helped narrow down the time frame of when Alexandra died, according to Jason. During this period, he was busy with work, driving around the city and checking equipment. After 3 p.m., he went to a clothing store to choose new pants for their date. Around 4:3, he tried calling her again, but she didn't answer. Later, when he went to her house, he noticed police cars nearby. The police talked to the victim's relatives and found out that Alexandra's only ex-boyfriend was Matthew. However, they had broken up 2 years, while detectives were working on obtaining a warrant to examine mobile phones. They spoke with Alexandra's relatives. They learned that her breakup with her ex-boyfriend was not smooth. Linda was aware that Matthew had a criminal record and had treated Alexandra poorly. Their relationship lasted until Matthew was first imprisoned in 1998. During his time in prison, Alexandra supported and visited him, but he ended up serving a long sentence despite Alexandra's love for him. Doubts about their relationship grew. By January 2004, they officially ended their relationship, partly due to Matthew's increasingly rude and threatening behavior. Although they still communicated, his aggression continued to rise. So was no chance of rekindling their relationship. At this time, Matthew was found living with his wife about 30 minutes from the home of Alexandra. On the day the police arrived, he was working at a Papa John's restaurant. The conversation with the police took place right there on the 15th. He mentioned that he had 2 jobs, the second being with a company that manufactures aircraft parts. Located about an hour north of Milford, he claimed he was working from 6:3 a.m. to 3 p.m. on the day of the murder and left home only after learning that Alexandra had died. The police noticed he appeared somewhat confused during the conversation. Matthew appeared to distrust the police, but he did admit that he had spoken to Alexandra on the phone a few days before her death. Their last in-person meeting, however, had occurred at least 4 weeks prior to the tragic event. After this conversation, the detectives left the following day. Matthew returned to the police station and confessed that he had lied during their previous discussion. He clarified that he actually arrived at work at 6:3 a.m., but at 9:15 a.m. he requested time off and left. He spent most of the day at home and went into town to care for a sick relative. Matthew insisted that he was neither in Milford nor close to the suburbs that day. He agreed to take a DNA test and provided the police with the clothes he wore on the day of his ex-girlfriend's death. The investigation continued, and both he and Jason remained the main suspects in the murder. Forensic experts determined that Alexandra had died from multiple stab wounds, cuts, and blunt force trauma. Primarily to her face, the attack was so brutal that she had swallowed several of her own knocked-out teeth before dying. The expert discovered a crucial piece of evidence. A hair found stuck to the dried blood on Alexandra's body did not belong to her. Additional pieces of duct tape were found on her face, apparently. It was used to tape her mouth during the massacre. Investigators looked into Jason's background and found that he had a criminal record. Having served over 5 years for banned substance trafficking, he also drove a car that matched the description given by a neighbor of one of the victims. Another witness reported seeing this dark green car parked near Alexandra's house throughout the day. Despite this, Jason maintained his innocence, arguing that the car model he drove was very common in the city at that time. However, detectives could verify not his alibi of being at a clothing store to buy pants around 3 p.m. He had indeed visited the store, but much later in the evening, which contradicted his statement. Maybe he was trying to mislead the investigation, however, by checking the geolocation data from his phone calls. Investigators found that although his phone was active throughout the day, it never registered in the Milford area. Consequently, the police ruled him out as a suspect. It was now Matthew's turn to be questioned. The police spoke with Alexandra's mother to gather more information about him. She had never liked Matthew. He was 7 years older than Alexandra and had a criminal record. Unlike Alexandra, he showed no interest in personal growth or work. The detectives then contacted his employer, who confirmed that he had left work much earlier than he had claimed. Instead of finishing at 9:15 a.m., he actually left at 8:39 a.m. He had also been at a gas station at 2:1 p.m., not at noon, as he had told the police. The discrepancies in his words were alarming. While he spent time at car dealerships until 4 p.m., the times he provided were incorrect. The investigators suspected that Matthew might be the murderer. On May 26, they obtained a search warrant for his house. Inside, everything was tidy and clean, with nothing suspicious found except for some fine art. It was assumed that the remains of this roll could have been found on the victim's face. However, this did not indicate involvement in the murder. Since many people have electrical tape in their homes, all other tests and analyses failed to link Matthew to the crime. A thorough search of his property yielded no results, leaving the investigation at a standstill. The only remaining action for the police was to send the electrical tape they had found for lab analysis. This type of tape was quite specific and difficult to find. It was not available in regular stores or online. In 2006, only 3 nearby companies used it, one of which was an aircraft parts plant where Matthew works. The electrical tape found on Alexandra's face had the same adhesive base, which could indicate the real killer. The police decided to contact Matthew's relatives again, and they uncovered important information. Matthew's brother revealed that he had a fierce temper and a potential motive against Alexandra. They discovered that, in 2002, he had given Alexandra his Nissan car and later lent her $2. She broke up with him in January 2004 while he was in prison, and she refused to return anything. It made him very angry. On June 14, detectives re-interrogated the suspect, highlighting the inconsistencies in his story. But Matthew managed to explain each of the disputed points, leaving the police with no new evidence. It wasn't until the end of the year that the DNA test results were available. The tests revealed that all the blood in the basement belonged solely to Alexandra. The blood droplets found in the bathroom were more special, as they belonged to her and a man. However, the concentration was too low to extract precise DNA profiles based on the results of the examination. Experts were able to establish that the killer was a black man. The hair found on Alexandra's hand could not be identified, and none of the fingerprints collected at the crime scene matched the suspects. Additionally, the specific shoe print could not be traced. Consequently, the investigation reached another standstill. A reward of $50 was offered for any information that could help advance the case. In 2010, authorities decided to reach out to prisoners. A photo of Alexandra was shared with correctional facilities. In September 2011, a prisoner named Paula contacted the Milford Police Department. She revealed that her former cellmate, Christopher Richards, had been in a relationship with Alexandra for 2 years before her death. Paula noted that they were together during the time between Alexandra's breakup with Matthew and the start of her relationship with Jason. Surprisingly, this relationship was unknown to others. When Alexandra informed Christopher's about their breakup, he was in prison. He became very angry and told his cellmate that he wanted to kill her once he was released. An investigation was launched to look into the situation, and they was discovered that the person who contacted the police had lied. Christopher did not know Alexandra, and there had been no communication between them, which would be unusual in a 2-year relationship. It seemed likely that this prisoner was trying to frame his cellmate. 2 weeks later, a bus driver named Jeremy, who had been friends with Alexandra for a long time, came forward with information. He reported that he had witnessed Alexandra receiving a threatening text from a man named Donovan. Donovan demanded repayment of money that Alexandra had lent him and threatened to kill her if she did not pay him back. Jeremy stated that this occurred just 2 weeks before her death. However, it appeared that Alexandra did not take these threats seriously. Ultimately, this claim was also found to be false. 6 years later, in August 2012, detectives finally received crucial information. Anthony Pugh, Matthew's cousin, reached out to the police station. He revealed details about a gifted car and the $2 that Alexandra had borrowed from her brother. His long story began back in 1993, when Matthew involved him in a criminal scheme. Both were later imprisoned for their actions, and, after being released in 2005 and 2006, they found jobs at the same plant, although they maintained a good relationship. A year later, Matthew betrayed Anthony, leading to Anthony's imprisonment. So, Anthony decided to take revenge by sharing the truth. Anthony disclosed that when Matthew broke up with Alexandra, he became obsessed with her and even considered killing her. Matthew planned to inject her with a lethal dose of drugs to make it look like an accidental overdose. However, upon learning about her new relationship, he changed his mind and opted for a more violent method of murder. The brothers worked at the same aircraft factory where Matthew stole gloves and special tape to commit a crime. Police believe he wanted to profit from this information, and he later admitted it directly. Anthony sought not only $50, but also sought revenge on his brother. When the information was verified, it was found that during the initial data analysis, the police overlooked that Matthew was indeed in the area near Milford at around 11.47, but left at 12.07. He returned and stayed at the scene for over an hour. Ultimately, the police had strong grounds to arrest Matthew and file charges against him. On August 24, 2012, Matthew Pugh was charged with first-degree murder and home invasion. However, at that time, he was already in prison for assaulting a woman in 2008. He threatened the victim with a weapon and stole her purse when she tried to resist. He's attacked her in the arm. The prosecutor's office found out that the problems with Matthew began after Alexandra wrote to the prison that she wanted to break up. According to cellmates, he was obsessed with her. In response, he wrote an 8-page letter over a couple of months. Of course, he was angry because of these events, but after leaving prison, he did not show any aggression towards his ex. He started a relationship and even had a child. But at the same time, Matthew, all this time, hatched a plan. 3 years later, in February 2015, Matthew appeared in court. The prosecution claimed that the guy committed a deliberate massacre on the basis of jealousy. The lawyer insisted that the client was not involved in the murder because there was no direct evidence in the form of DNA and fingerprints at the crime scene. The situation for Matthew became completely stalemate when he began to answer the prosecution's questions. He desperately tried to prove his innocence, but it all didn't seem very plausible. Besides, His brother was testifying against him. The jury went to pass sentence. It was really not easy. In this complicated story, there were many blank spots, and many considered the accused a pathological liar. It was even necessary to ask the court to repeat Matthew's story only 3 days later. The jury found him guilty of first-degree murder and trespassing. He was sentenced to 60 years in prison for murder and another 20 for trespassing. The Alexandra Duxie case is a heartbreaking and complex one that leaves many unanswered questions, from the tangled relationships between Alexandra and those around her to the doubts about who took her life. The case remains one of the most controversial and haunting in Milford, Connecticut, although the killer, Matthew Pugh, has been convicted. Stories of motives, complicated relationships, and unclear details continue to haunt the public. The case of Bain family. David Cullen Bain was born on March 27, 1972, as the first child of Robin and Margaret Bain, who had married in 1969 when David was 2 years old. Robin decided to become a missionary teacher in Papua New Guinea, so the family moved to Papua New Guinea while living there. The family grew to include 3 more children. David became the oldest sibling, followed by 2 younger sisters, Arawa and Laniette, born 3 years apart, and a younger brother, Stephen, 8 years his junior. During their time in Papua New Guinea, Margaret developed an interest in spiritualism. She began believing in spirits and felt the family needed protection from satanic influences. Over time, Robin's dream of becoming a missionary teacher faded after 14 years. In 1988, the family returned to New Zealand and settled in a large house in Anderson Bay, Dunedin. 3 years later, Robin was appointed headmaster of a small school. However, as promising as this new job sounded, their family still faces many difficulties, and their finances were unstable. By 1994, the relationship between Robin and Margaret had completely broken down. They argued so often that she could no longer bear his presence. She even contemplated the possibility of his death. The family no longer lives normally. The members become cold, and the house is seriously neglected. Over time, the home fell into disrepair, but Robin did nothing to improve it. He was rarely home, spending his weeks living and sleeping in a van near the school on weekends. When he returned, he stayed in another van parked in the yard. The Bain family was deeply dysfunctional. The house was untidy, filthy, and there was no attention to cleanliness. Many people described the house as a pigsty. Robin and Margaret's marriage, like their home, was falling apart. Robin maintained some contact with her children, but the relationship was not particularly close. Later, disturbing allegations would surface, suggesting that Robin had been abusive to his daughter, Laniette. For many years, David has a poor relationship with his father, Robin, but is very attached to his mother, Margaret. In 1994, at the age of 22, he was studying in the music department, aspiring to become an opera singer, although the family faced many difficulties. But all 4 children work or go to school. One of his younger sisters is studying to become a teacher, while his younger brother, Stephen, is still in school. David's education was not easy. He took a few years off from university, but eventually returned to study classical music to make ends meet. He works as a newspaper delivery boy in the morning. There were many problems in the Bain household, and parents should maintain close relationships with each other, as well as with their children. However, in the Bain family, things were different. Each person had their own life and barely communicated with each other. Over time, Margaret became convinced that their troubles stemmed from Robin, whom she believed was possessed by the devil. In her diary, she claimed Robin harbored a demon named Belle. She was so sure of this that she organized an exorcism to exorcise the demon from Robin. Robin's life became miserable. He was forced to live in a camper van and endured Margaret's accusations and rituals whenever he came home. His mental health deteriorated as time went on. He neglected basic hygiene, suffered from severe depression, and seemed to live in a mechanical manner. Colleagues described his behavior as robotic. By June of that year, the family's issues had reached a breaking point, though no one could have predicted the tragic incident that would soon unfold on the morning of Monday, June 20, 1994. Tragedy struck in the Bain household at 7:09 a.m. David made a frantic call to emergency services and reported that they were all dead, saying he had come home to find his whole family dead. Upon investigation, authorities discovered that Margaret, Arawa, and Laniette were dead in their beds. Stephen was also dead, but his body showed signs of a struggle. Robin was found lying on the living room floor. Also dead, David's rifle was found in the same room as Robin's body. A computer was turned on nearby, displaying the message, "Sorry, but David is the only one who deserves to live." When police arrived at the scene, they found a horrific scene, 5 people dead. At the outset of the investigation, police focused on 2 main suspects, Robin and David. Since Robin was deceased, the focus shifted toward unraveling what had truly occurred. The crime scene was staged, make investigators believe that Robin was the killer, as he was found in the living room, holding a rifle nearby. A computer displayed a suicide note believed to be from Robin, implying that he had murdered his entire family. The case, in addition to its tragic nature, is becoming increasingly noteworthy given the length of the rifle and the angle at which the bullet entered Robin's head. It was clear that he could not have harmed himself. In addition, the direction of the blood flow from the wound indicated that his head had been moved immediately after his death. This made investigators suspicious and focused their investigation on another suspect, David. The police began questioning David's actions and statements. If Robin had killed the family, why had David been spared? His account raised further doubts. He said he finished delivering newspapers at 6:40 a.m., and a neighbor confirmed seeing he return home at 6:42 a.m. However, he did not call anyone for help for the next 24 minutes, which raised many questions. When questioned by investigators, David explained that he had fainted from shock and did not know what to do. He also could not provide a reasonable explanation for the fresh wounds on his forehead and knees. In addition, the gun found next to Robin's body belonged to David, making the case even more serious. He admitted he was the only one who knew where the rifle was stored and how to access the safe where it was kept. As suspicions towards David grew, the police arrested him 4 days after the incident, charging him with the murder of his 5 family members. Digital forensics became critical to the investigation, as it was discovered that the computer used to type the note had been turned on at 6:44 a.m. based on witness testimony and David's own account. He returned home at 6:42 a.m., meaning the computer was turned on after his arrival. In the following days, new evidence emerged that proved Robin's innocence. Specifically, there was no blood found on his clothes, including the shoes and socks he was wearing that day. In addition, the rifle did not have his fingerprints. If he harms himself, his fingerprints would have been on the gun. Additionally, no traces of gunpowder were found on him, despite this mounting evidence. Just 17 days after the Bain family murders, relatives decided to burn down the house. They were concerned that teenagers might set fire to the empty house and potentially harm themselves. To prevent this, the relatives took it upon themselves to demolish the house before setting the house on fire. They invited the fire department to supervise. Within minutes, the house was engulfed in bright flames. Visible from a great distance, the smoke lingered in the area for over an hour. A legal expert questioned the legality of the action, doubting whether the legal issues regarding the ownership of the house had been fully resolved. However, David, as the heir and trustee, stated that he never wanted to see the house again. He agreed to demolish it and replace it with something else. As he considered the house to be completely worthless, the investigators could only work with the evidence they already had. Many people believe that the house burned down so quickly that it became strange and suspicious. The question is, why were the relatives allowed to destroy the crime scene? Nearly a year later, in May 1995, David's trial finally began. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline of incident. They argued that, at 5:00 a.m. on June 20, David woke up to the sound of his alarm clock. After getting dressed, he put on a pair of opera gloves, retrieved his rifle, ammunition from the closet, and used a spare key to unlock the trigger lock. He then murdered Arawa, Laniette, and Stephen. During a violent fight with Stephen, David lost a lens from his glasses and suffered multiple injuries, leaving blood at the scene. After the fight, he put his bloody clothes in the washing machine, started it, and took a shower. Then changing into clean clothes, this left bloodstains in both the laundry room and the bathroom. After cleaning up, he followed his usual routine. He delivered newspapers and returned home at 6:42 a.m. He went upstairs, turned on his computer at 6:44 a.m., typed a message, and waited for his father, Robin, to arrive. Robin typically entered the house to pray at 7:00 a.m., and that day was no exception. David hid behind the living room curtain, waited for Robin to kneel in prayer, then attacked Robin at close range. Finally, he staged the scene to make it appear as if Robin had harmed himself. At 7:09 a.m., he called emergency services, pretending to be distraught, however. In court, David presented a completely different version of events. David claimed he woke up at his usual time, prepared the newspapers, and left the house with his dog. He said he returned home at 6:42 a.m., went to his room to take off his shoes, and then went downstairs to wash his hands and put his clothes in the washing machine. According to David, there was no blood anywhere. When he returned to his bedroom, he noticed bullets on the floor and the lock. Panicking, he searched the house and discovered Margaret, Arawa, Laniette, and Stephen murdered in their bedrooms. He found Robin dead in the living room. David claimed he then fainted for 20 minutes before calling emergency services. David's defense team argued that Robin had killed the family, then turned on the computer, left notes on computer, and ended up harming himself, however. This theory had several inconsistencies. David himself admitted he was the only one who knew where the rifle key was kept. Additionally, he could not explain the injuries he had, or explain the 20 minutes he was unconscious. The prosecution, on the other hand, claimed that he had a financial motive for committing the crime. They argued that he wanted to inherit money and knew that his parents had saved a large sum of money to buy a new house. David Bain was ultimately convicted on all 5 counts of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 16 years. In the following years, the case continued to attract public attention. News of the Bain family tragedy spread rapidly across the country, sparking intense debate, and opinions are divided as to who is really responsible. One person particularly intrigued by the case was former rugby player and celebrity Joe Karam. After retiring from football, he researched and followed the case closely. He believed in David's innocence, and over the years, he visited David in prison more than 200 times. He even wrote 4 books about the case. His thorough research and persistent advocacy put enormous pressure on the judicial system, leading to a decision to appeal to the Privy Council. This appeal, which began in May 2007, came 12 years after David's initial imprisonment. The review of the case revealed significant issues. As the investigation uncovered a major error involving David, this led to the quashing of the conviction and a retrial. The Privy Council in London expressed doubts about David's conviction, especially since new evidence had emerged after the trial that had not been disclosed. For instance, one witness, Dean Bootle, a friend of David's younger sister, Laniette, claimed that Laniette had once confided in her about experiencing incest with their father. Robin, Dean stated that after hearing this, she went home that weekend and shared the information with her family. This testimony could have shed light on Robin's motives in the case. However, at the original trial, the judge said Dean's account was just hearsay and judged her to be an unreliable witness. Therefore, this information was not presented to the jury. Additionally, other troubling details about Robin surfaced over time. For example, he shared stories of violence and cruelty written by his students on the school newsletter, including one about a family murder in 1995. The jury was not given access to this information, making it impossible for David's defense to use it effectively against Robin. Eventually, David was released on bail while awaiting the retrial. During this time, he stayed with Joe for a few months, then moving to Auckland for David. This temporary freedom must have felt like a rare luxury, as he still had to appear in court again a year later. In March 2009, the trial resumed. David and all those involved faced the nightmare. Once again, he continued to deny the murders of his 5 family members, and his defense team again insisted that Robin was the one who murdered his family. This time, the defense had more evidence to explain why Robin killed his family. They argued that Robin suffered from severe depression, was frequently anxious when interacting with colleagues and friends, while also facing personal problems. Additionally, Laniette was about to reveal a secret about her incestuous relationship with her father, Robin. This may have affected Robin's mental state. The retrial lasted 3 months, but the jury needed less than a day to reach a unanimous verdict. David was found not guilty on all 5 counts of murder after spending 13 years in prison and another 2 years being treated as a suspect. David was acquitted and released. However, there are still skeptics who believe he is the killer. On the other hand, there are grounds for suspicion that Robin was the killer. He was very dissatisfied with his life, and if rumors of his unhealthy relationship with his daughter, Laniette, are true, that may have sent him into a state of panic. Several diaries found in Robin's truck, along with disturbing testimony from his co-workers, have painted him as a troubled and unstable individual. This case remains a highly controversial subject, and there are many conflicting opinions. David sought compensation for his wrongful conviction due to the high-profile nature of the case. The New Zealand Justice Minister appointed overseas judges to assess David's claim. The review concluded that he was entitled to compensation for his losses. However, by the time the necessary documents were completed, the Justice Minister had resigned, and his successor disagreed with the terms of the compensation. However, David was eventually compensated for his wrongful imprisonment. In 2016, he received $925 to resolve the matter. During this time, he rebuilt his life. He found a job as an engineer, fell in love, got married, and had a child. He also legally changed his name. There are rumors that the family has since moved to Australia. Meanwhile, a new house has been built on the site where the Bain family home once stood before it burned down. The case of Bill Lanway and Holly Williams. In the early morning hours of March 12, 2020, a man called the police and reported that he had seen a car roll down the embankment and hit a tree at a construction site in southwestern Tennessee, USA. The witness was concerned that there might be injured people inside. He noticed 2 people in the car, but could not clearly identify. He believed there was a man and a woman inside. While waiting for the police and ambulance to arrive, he moved closer to the car. The witness said that neither person showed any signs of life. However, he noticed something unusual about their position in the car. Both victims were sitting in the back seat, indicating that they were not the drivers. It appeared that they had been thrown into the car and then pushed off the road. When the ambulance and police arrived, they found a man and a woman inside the car. The circumstances surrounding the tragedy did not match a typical car accident. Meanwhile, the car accelerated as it went down the embankment and the airbag deployed when it hit a tree. Forensic experts examined the evidence found in the cabin. The marks were found to be unusual for a typical car crash, and no documents were found among the victim's belongings in the forensic lab. They quickly identified the victims as Holly Williams, 30, and her ex-boyfriend, Bill Lanway, 36. The police ran their background checks and discovered that just a week before their deaths, Bill had been arrested for assault and was facing domestic violence charges. Holly filed a lawsuit against him. Holly had been the victim of manipulation that escalated into violence and physical abuse. After Bill hit her in December, they broke up. Holly's decision to end the relationship angers Bill, who begins stalking and threatening her. Leading to several violent confrontations, Holly becomes increasingly fearful for her life. One day, after returning from work, she discovers her dog dead, although she cannot prove that Bill was responsible for the animal's death. She believes he was involved. Their relationship is extremely abusive, with Bill resorting to violence to resolve conflicts. The couple had a history of disagreements and breakups throughout their relationship, but Bill always manages to convince Holly to come back to him. He uses the usual tactics, such as promises to change, apologies, and gifts. When police interviewed people close to Bill, many described him as a difficult person with a quick temper. It was suggested that his actions were considered a potential motive for his death. He may have angered someone or provoked violence, however. This did not clarify the circumstances surrounding Holly's death. Holly was very different from Bill. She was calm and avoided conflict. Furthermore, Holly and Bill had not been in contact recently, making it unclear why they were together at the time. It was discovered that their relationship had become increasingly strained, to the point that Holly had installed multiple surveillance cameras in her home. This seemed to be related to Bill's stalking, but the police soon discovered surprising details. The police reviewed the surveillance camera footage and discovered that shortly before that tragic evening, Bill had been seen wandering around the area near his home. He appeared to be searching for something for a long time, but it was unclear what his intentions were, however. A closer look at the video revealed that Bill and Holly had been together the evening before the murder. The pair were talking calmly, suggesting that their relationship may have improved by that time. The murder weapon was not found in the car, and Bill and Holly did not have any personal belongings with them. There were no cell phones, money, or papers. All of these items were found at their home. They may have been kidnapped and murdered, so there were no belongings with them. The police quickly began to support this theory. If Bill had actually harmed Holly, he could not have inflicted the second wounds. Because each bullet was fatal on the spot, it was clear that a third person was involved in the crime. But no traces or fingerprints were found in the victims' cars. When reviewing security camera footage from Holly's home, police discovered that several strangers had entered her home while she was away. Shortly before her death, the intruders were dressed in black and had their faces covered. It was unclear what they were looking for, as nothing appeared to have been stolen. Despite Holly being wealthy and owning many valuables, the intruders spent a considerable amount of time checking the apartment and even attempted to disable one of the cameras. Police suspect that Holly may have been involved in illegal activities, such as drug dealing or organized crime. It is possible that she had been relevant with a dangerous group of people and that the intruders were looking for revenge, not theft. When Holly returned home, the intruders had left. Holly changed the locks the next morning. When knowing that someone had broken into her home, she was clearly shaken by the encounter, however. As police probed deeper into her daily activities, they uncovered information that might explain Holly's fear. After her shift at the beauty salon, she worked for a prostitution agency called Layla Love for a long time. She worked as a call girl, servicing wealthy men. The police discovered that Holly had been a prostitute since she was 18. meaning she had been doing it for half her life, although she earned a decent income. She also had enemies, stalkers, and jealous people. A big problem for Holly was that she did not hide her profession, although she did not tell everyone she met. Her friends and her boyfriend, Bill, knew about her work. From the beginning of their relationship, Holly decided to continue her career as a prostitute because she earned a substantial income. She believed that her job was purely for money and did not involve any emotional relationships with the men she dated. Holly was open about her lifestyle, however, it was clear that her work could attract the attention of dangerous people. Police investigating the case released photos of all the men seen in Holly's home. Unfortunately, the photos were of poor quality and did not provide any useful information. Police then examined Bill and Holly's cell phones at the same time. They discovered that both phones had called the same number multiple times shortly before the tragedy. However, they were unable to verify this information, as the calls were made through an internet messaging application using a fake account, making it difficult to determine the true owner of the phone number. The police had to put considerable effort into uncovering the information, which required them to contact the FBI. They eventually identified a suspect, an account named Jimmy Green. Police traced an IP address that led them to Jim Green's real name, Adam Carey. At the time of the double murder, he was a 30-year-old man living in North Carolina. He is a former Marine who received special training after leaving the military. He works in the private security industry and is essentially a mercenary. Adam was previously arrested for impersonating a police officer during a police search. They discovered a large cache of weapons, stun grenades, and explosives, indicating that he was preparing for a serious conflict despite the severity of his actions. He was sentenced to only 4 months in prison, which was a very light sentence. Adam was one of 3 men caught on surveillance cameras in Holly's apartment. Initially, the police were investigating whether he had any connection to Holly. Adam was officially in the Marine Corps and served in the Special Forces. In addition, he has significant experience protecting high-ranking officials, often in difficult situations. He is proficient in a variety of weapons and combat techniques, making him extremely dangerous. Police located Adam and brought him in for questioning. Under pressure from the police, he eventually began to reveal information about the other members of the group that had broken into Holly's home. The mastermind behind the operation was Gilad Peled, 47, a former member of the Marine Corps Special Operations Group who also owned a security company. The third member of the trio was Brian Brockway, 40, a mercenary from Austin, Texas. Also a former Marine, police believe that Gilad hired Brian and Adam to kill Holly. However, it was unusual for a highly trained mercenary to take on such a small task. Despite his military background and ability to handle dangerous missions, he confessed that the original plan was much more violent, with the main goal being kidnapping, because the mercenaries were involved in the killing of civilians. Other FBI agents, including high-ranking officials, joined the investigation. It appeared that the situation might be part of a larger and more complex plot, and that the suspect was likely lying and trying to delay the investigation. Multiple communications were found. During this time, the 2 suspects tracked their targets. After completing the mission and ensuring that Bill and Holly were dead, Adam and Brian reported the situation to Gilad, and they traveled to Austin, Texas, where Gilad was waiting for them at the security agency. Gilad had lived in Austin for many years and owned a house in one of the suburbs. He returned from Israel and founded a security company after a long career protecting high-ranking officials and celebrities. Adam continued this work in Hollywood. They all knew each other and maintained contact, collaborating on various missions through the security agency. Shortly before the tragic events, Gilad found a client named Eric Mond. Eric was a famous and wealthy man living in Texas. He ran a car dealership founded by his grandfather and sought protection for himself and his son, Charles Munt. After checking, it was confirmed that Eric was a successful businessman, a car dealer, and a wealthy resident of Austin. He owned a luxury home worth $5 million, where he lived with his wife and 2 children. One of his sons was studying at the University of Nashville in early 2020. Eric planned to visit his son. He came with Adam and stayed at one of the most expensive hotels in the city. Later, the police discovered that Eric had invited Holly to his room. He found her online and arranged this meeting. It wasn't their first time. Eric met Holly regularly under the pretext of visiting his son, and they communicated via email. Holly then arrived as planned, and Eric and Holly spent the night together at the hotel. Eric was smitten with her after Eric returns to Texas. He suddenly receives a threatening text message from a man demanding $25 to keep quiet. The man's threat implies that Eric's relationship with Holly will be revealed to his wife if he doesn't pay. Eric is a famous and wealthy man. He wants to keep his personal mistakes a secret to protect his family and reputation. So, Eric decides to ask Gilad for help. Eric believes that Holly is blackmailing him, and Eric wants to stop her from doing so. Gilad contacts friends at a private security company to investigate the blackmail, and they find out that Bill are involved in the case. Bill hacks into one of Holly's accounts and discovers her relationship with a wealthy man named Eric. He learns about Holly's hotel trip with Eric and becomes extremely angry. Out of jealousy, he plotted to harm Holly in revenge, while also seeking to profit from the situation. When he discovered Eric, he attacked Holly and then attempted to blackmail her for $25 without hesitation. The criminals proposed to kill Bill and Holly. They believed that it would be safer to eliminate Holly, although the task force demanded a much higher sum for the mission than Bill the blackmailer. Eric agreed. One evening in March, Holly and Bill were seen leaving the house. They got into a car, but were ambushed. As soon as Bill started the engine, several attackers surrounded the car. The couple were then forced into the car and kidnapped by the attackers. Brian and Adam drove to a nearby construction site, where they killed Holly and Bill and abandoned the car. As the investigation unfolded, the police tapped Adam and Brian's phones, eventually leading to confessions from all of the perpetrators involved. Notably, they showed no remorse for their actions after the investigation. It was learned that Eric had paid Gilad $750. Eventually, Brian, Adam, and Gilad were all arrested. The police then asked Gilad to contact Eric. As the police hoped this might lead to a confession from Eric, Gilad then spoke to Eric and made up a story that one of his partners had discovered Eric's identity and was demanding another $25. Eric offered to get rid of the new blackmailer in the same way Gilad had recently dealt with Bill and Holly. Eric then became extremely angry and shouted into the phone. These pieces of evidence provided valuable information to the investigation. It was clear from Eric's words that the person who ordered the killing of Bill and Holly was willing to agree to kill again, just to ensure his own safety. Holly was arrested shortly after. FBI agents discovered that the plot began in February of last year. They confirmed the facts of the withdrawals and transfers. Supported by recordings of the participants' confessions, on March 5, Eric Mound made an advance payment of $15 to Gilad, who was managing the killer's account, on March 9, and within 3 days, $150 had been transferred to the account. This transfer suggested that the violent plan was about to be carried out. Agents discovered that Eric had sent a total of about $750 to the killers. Eric insisted that he never intended to participate in a murder plot. He claimed that he was a victim of blackmail and could not bear to confront his attacker. His main concern was to protect himself and his family. Eric maintained that he did not order anyone to be killed and blamed the crimes on the incompetence of his mercenaries. After a hearing, the jury sentenced Eric Mond, Adam Carey, Brian Brockway, and led to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The case of Kenia Monge. Kenia Monge was born in 1992 in Honduras. Her mother, Maria, was only 15 at the time. A year later, Maria left Kenya with her grandmother and moved to America alone in search of a better life. In America, Maria met Anthony Lee, whom she married, and they had 2 children together. 10 years later, in 2004, Maria brought Kenya from Honduras to join their family in Aurora, Colorado. East of Denver, the family welcomed Kenya warmly, and she quickly began calling Anthony Dad. Initially, Kenya struggled with English, but she found it easy to learn and soon improved her skills. Growing up in a poor country, she appreciated the opportunities in America. After finishing high school, Kenya enrolled in a local college in Denver to study broadcasting. In 2010, at the age of 19, she moved out of her parents' home and into an apartment with her boyfriend. Since she and her friends were not yet old enough to enter bars and clubs, they used fake IDs to gain access to nightclubs. Her parents were unaware of this and would never have guessed that their daughter was breaking the law. However, Kenya could not foresee the consequences of her next trip to a nightclub with a fake ID. On Thursday, March 31, 2011, 19-year-old Kenya went to a nightclub in downtown Denver with 2 new friends. They spent time together and drank alcohol. Kenya, who was 155 meters tall and weighed about 40 kilos, quickly began to feel the effects of the drinks. At one point, she told her friends she needed to go to the bathroom. She left her purse, phone, and keys on the table. However, after going to the restroom, she never returned. Her friends assumed she had drunk too much and went home without worrying about her, continuing to enjoy their time at the club before leaving. The next morning, Friday, April 1, Kenya's boyfriend Lewis became concerned when she hadn't come home. He hadn't received any calls or messages from her, although Kenya often walked home alone at night. She always returned with him. Lewis contacted Kenya's sister, but she was unaware of Kenya's whereabouts. He then asked her to reach out to their parents. They also didn't know where Kenya was. The parents left work to search for her. Calling all her friends and acquaintances, they learned that Kenya had been out that night with girls she had only recently met. These girls later visited Kenya's parents, claiming they had been at the club using fake identification. The girls stated that the last time they saw Kenya was around midnight when she went to the restroom and didn't come back. They brought Kenya's purse with them and gave it to her parents, who immediately sensed that something was wrong since their daughter would never leave her belongings unattended for long. Upon examining the purse, they found a new text message on Kenya's phone that read, "Hello, this is Travis, the guy who gave you a ride last night in a white creepy van. Did you get home okay?" The message was from a number not saved in Kenya's contacts. Anthony believed that Travis might know where Kenya was and attempted to call the number, but there was no answer. Afterward, the parents contacted the police to report their daughter missing. The officer they spoke to seemed unconcerned, suggesting that Kenya would likely return soon, and told them to wait 72 hours before officially reporting her as missing the following day. Saturday, April 2, Travis returned the call. He explained that he had seen Kenya on the street near the club around 2:03 a.m. Talking to a homeless man, Travis said he offered her help, but Kenya mentioned she needed to retrieve her car parked near another club. He described her as very drunk, which is why he offered her a ride to her car. They went to the club, but couldn't find her car. Travis offered to give Kenya a ride home. He said she gave him the address of her apartment, which she shared with her boyfriend. Travis recognized the address because he worked at a nearby bakery. On the way to Kenya's apartment, she mentioned needing to buy cigarettes, so they stopped at a gas station, but it was closed. Kenya then noticed an Asian man named Dan standing nearby, smoking a cigarette She approached him, and he gave her a cigarette. They began talking in Spanish, and then they left together. Leaving Travis behind, he got into his car and drove away, never seeing Kenya again. After hearing this story, Anthony found it strange and unsettling. He thanked Travis for sharing the information, and their conversation ended. The stepfather then called the police again to report what Travis had said, urging them to file a missing person report. However, the police refused because not enough time had passed since Kenya's disappearance. Frustrated, Anthony called Travis again to ask for more details about that night. Travis suggested they meet at the gas station where he last saw Kenya. Anthony agreed and took a gun with him. He then went to meet Maria. She pleaded with him not to go, but he ignored her concerns. Worried, Maria called the police to inform them of the situation. They agreed to send a police officer to their meeting place. When the officer arrived at the gas station, Travis was already there with a friend and the officer. Travis recounted the same story, speaking convincingly and sincerely. However, Anthony doubted that his daughter would walk around the city at night with strangers. The officer also found the story suspicious. He separated the men and asked them questions. While talking to Travis, the officer noticed a strong smell of bleach coming from a nearby white van. He informed the officer, who then approached the van and confirmed the smell. The police officer asked Travis for permission to look inside the van, which he granted. Upon opening the back door, the officer saw a pristine interior with brand new carpeting. In contrast, the front seats were cluttered with food wrappers and debris, raising the officer's suspicions. However, it wasn't enough evidence to detain Travis later. He approached Anthony, crying and apologizing for leaving the girl alone that night. They shook hands and parted ways. At that moment, the handshake felt intense, and Anthony noticed Travis's hand was shaking. It was then Anthony realized that he was not just a random person. On Monday, April 4, just 4 days after Kenya went missing, the police began actively searching for her. By that time, her family and friends had already created and distributed flyers to people passing by. They also put up posters in public areas asking for assistance in locating the 19-year-old student. On April 6, Travis, 31-year-old, was brought to the Denver police station for formal questioning. During the interrogation, he recounted the same story he had previously told Anthony and a police officer at a gas station on April 2. He claimed that after breaking up with Kenya that night, he went home to his girlfriend, Carrie Humphrey, arriving at her place around 3 a.m. on the morning of April 1. He left for work at 8:3 a.m. The owner of the bakery from which Travis rented space was concerned when she discovered the security cameras were not functioning on the morning of April 2. Upon reviewing the footage, she found that the cameras had been turned off on April 1 at approximately 7:3 p.m. The last person recorded by the cameras was Travis, who was wearing latex gloves. The bakery owner stated that Travis was not scheduled to work on April 1. Detectives reviewed the surveillance footage before the cameras were turned off and saw Travis moving a cart with a large white refrigerator wrapped in tape. Later, he was captured on camera carrying a roll of carpet into the bakery. He returned to his van with what looked like a bottle of bleach and turned off the bakery's cameras. Detectives interviewed nearby business owners, and one reported that on the evening of April 1, they witnessed 2 men setting fire to a large barrel behind the bakery, with a white van parked close by. When the bakery owner asked Travis about the fire, he claimed he was burning illegal marijuana. He also stated that he switched off the cameras because he was changing his clothes. The owner noticed that Travis had a cut on his arm. He told her he had spent the night in his van and was attacked by a homeless man while he was sleeping. She said, after Kenya went missing, Travis began to behave oddly. One day, he informed her that he would soon have to change his name and flee the country because a girl had ruined his life. Detectives investigating the disappearance of Kenya examined the background of Travis. They discovered that, at the age of 17, He was charged with breaking into 16 homes and businesses in Colorado, stealing cash and goods worth over $15 during a police search of Travis's room. Officers found torn women's underwear in his closet, marked with the letter M in black marker, so he was convicted and sentenced to 9 years in prison. But instead of serving time, he was sent to a military camp, however. He spent only 2 months there before being expelled and placed on probation a year later. While still on probation, Travis was arrested again for criminal harassment the following year. In 1999, he was caught with a knife. He also violated his curfew 43 times, which resulted in his transfer to a correctional facility in 2004. He faced charges for throwing rocks at women in Highlands Ranch, Colorado, for which he pleaded guilty and served 1 month in prison. Additionally, there are reports that Travis struggled with addictive and stole medications from dental clinics at the time of Kenya's disappearance. He was on probation for domestic violence charges. A detective, after reviewing Travis's history, concluded that he had a deep-seated hatred for women. 2 of Travis's ex-girlfriends, who had close relationships with him, claimed that he enjoyed hurting them and even expressed delight while doing so. Their accounts received widespread media attention in Colorado and beyond. A month after Kenya went missing, he took a friend's car without permission and drove to Austin, Texas, leading the friend to report the carjacking. Meanwhile, detectives interviewed Travis's girlfriend, Carrie, who he claimed was with him from 3 a.m. to 8:3 a.m. on April 1. Carrie confirmed they had slept together, but investigators later checked Travis's cell phone and found, at that time, he was actually in Kingsburg, a small town about 40 miles northeast of Denver. Over the next 5 months, police conducted 12 searches in Kingsburg using foot patrols, horseback, and helicopters to comb through ditches and bodies of water, but they found no evidence. On May 4, Travis was arrested in Austin on suspicion of carjacking after leaving Colorado in his friend's car. The detective assigned to the Kenya case traveled to Austin and interrogated him for 3 hours, particularly focusing on security camera footage from the bakery. Travis recounted his activities on April 1, claiming he burned the remains of moldy illegal marijuana in a barrel near his workplace. When asked if he had sexual relations with Kenya in his van, he refused to answer and requested a lawyer. On June 30th, Travis was extradited back to Colorado after his DNA was collected. His friend dropped the car theft charges against him, leading to his release. Once back in Colorado, Travis moved in with his father in his hometown of Fort Collins. Meanwhile, detectives kept a close watch on him. They discovered that he frequently visited nightclubs and bars and noted an incident on July 1 where he was stopped by the police for being heavily intoxicated and shouting loudly. After speaking with a local officer, he calmed down, and the detectives observed him for 3 more days before stopping their surveillance. On the evening of July 4, 2011, just 4 days after returning to Colorado, Travis went to downtown Fort Collins, where fireworks were scheduled to take place at the same time. 30-year-old Lydia Tillman was out for a walk in the city center. Lydia had moved to Colorado earlier in 2011 and was unfamiliar with the area. She had previously worked as a sommelier in New York. After a walk, Lydia headed back to her apartment, unaware that she was being followed. Once she reached her home, Travis forcibly entered her apartment, raped her, and choked her. He then physically assaulted her, despite her efforts to fight back by kicking and scratching. Travis overpowered her to his size and strength. Eventually, she ceased resistance before leaving. He poured bleach on her naked body. When her apartment burned down, Lydia managed to escape by jumping out of the second-floor window. By that time, emergency services, including the fire department, police, and ambulance, had already arrived. She was taken to the hospital, and in here, she revealed that she did not know the man who had attacked her. Unfortunately, she suffered a stroke soon after and fell into a coma for 5 weeks. The police found no evidence at the crime scene, as it was covered in bleach and burnt materials, however. Investigators were able to collect microscopic DNA from under Lydia's fingernails, which was sent to the lab for analysis. Detectives, noting the presence of bleach at the scene, suspected that Travis might be involved in the attack on Lydia, prompting them to resume active surveillance of him. Travis spent his evenings wandering the city center, avoiding bars and simply observing women. On the morning of July 10, officers saw him speaking with a girl on the street for about 30 minutes when they noticed them about to leave together. An officer approached Travis and asked him questions. He appeared nervous and claimed his name was Travis Kennedy, but he had no identification, phone number, and memory of his address by that time. The girl had left. The officers had to let him go. About 20 minutes later, Travis came back into the detective's view, he having changed his t-shirt and put on a cap. He then spotted a drunk woman and approached her around 3 a.m. on July 11. Travis was arrested for providing a false name to the police later that evening. At 10:45 p.m., he was just minutes away from posting bail when forensic scientists reported that DNA found under the victim Lydia's fingernails matched his 100%. Following this revelation, Travis was taken into custody for the assault on Lydia Tillman. On August 26, Travis expressed his willingness to reveal what really happened on April 1st with Kenya Monge. However, he requested that he not be sentenced to prison as a sex offender or face the death penalty. He claimed that on that night, he and a friend encountered Kenya is drunk alone outside a nightclub where she was speaking to a homeless man. Travis's friend approached her to offer assistance, and they attempted to call her a taxi. When no taxi was available, they decided to drive her home in Travis's van. Travis dropped his friend off near his house and driving Kenya to her apartment. At this time, she passed out. Travis stopped the car and climbed on top of Kenya. He was seeking sex, but Kenya woke up and began to resist. In response, he strangled her to death. He then placed her body in a refrigerator inside his van and sealed it with duct tape. He decided to dispose of her body in Keensburg, where he dug a shallow grave under a group of cottonwood trees near the road. Upon returning to the bakery, Travis cleaned the inside of his van with bleach and burned all the items Kenya had touched. On September 7, 2011, 5 months after Kenya went missing, Travis, along with his lawyer and detectives, went to Keensburg to show them where he had buried Kenya's body. When they arrived, Travis broke down in tears. The grave was about 3 feet deep, and Kenya was found lying in a fetal position, covered with a tarp. On September 26, 2011, Travis Forbes was convicted in connection with the Kenya Monge case and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Shortly afterwards, Lydia Tillman, who was emerging from a coma, wrote a statement against Travis. So he was also found guilty of assaulting Lydia and received a 48-year prison sentence in addition to his life sentence for Kenya's murder. On October 5, 2011, Travis's girlfriend, Carrie, was arrested for allegedly giving false testimony, as she had claimed that Travis was with her on the night Kenya was killed. On September 14, 2012, Carrie was sentenced to 60 days in jail and 4 years of supervised probation, along with 2 hours of community service. And Lydia is a resilient individual who has nearly returned to her previous life, despite suffering significant injuries from the attack. She works, drives, practices yoga, travels, and lives independently. In 2014, she graduated from the Indian Yoga College in Los Angeles. Since then, she has moved back to Colorado to teach yoga full-time and assist the police department by offering self-defense classes for women. The Monge family established the Kenya Monge Foundation to support women who are victims of violence. The foundation provides emotional, physical, and financial assistance to those in need. The case of Travis Forbes, marked by his horrific actions against Kenya Monge and Lydia Tillman, serves as a stark reminder of the devastating impact that violence can have on individuals and their families. The conviction of Travis by the justice system brought justice to the victims and their families. Although the emotional scars remain, his life sentence ensures that he will face the consequences of his crimes for the rest of his life. This case highlights the importance of vigilance and support systems in preventing such tragedies from occurring in the future. The case of Jan and Quiana Pietrzak. On October 15, 2008, 24 years old Jan Paweł Pietrzak and his 26 years old wife, Quiana Jenkins Pietrzak, failed to show up for work and stopped responding to calls. Yanni, a sergeant and helicopter mechanic who had served in Iraq, worked at the Marine Air Base Camp Pendleton. His wife, Quiana, had just begun her career in medicine at a medical center that supported pregnant black women and provided birth preparation counseling. His co-workers reported him missing to the police. When the detectives arrived at Jan's home, they found both he and Quiana dead. The house was in a state of disarray, indicating that every room had been ransacked. Investigators needed to determine who committed such a brutal act against the Pietrzaks and why. Was it a robbery or was it revenge? They had only been married for 2 months. Quiana had thoughtfully chosen August 80, 2008, for their wedding, a memorable and significant date. So Jan would never forget their anniversary. The wedding had been flawless. Even though Jan and Quiana were nervous throughout the day, Jan was captivated by how stunning Quiana looked as his bride. They rode in a convertible, expressing their love for one another. They were deeply in love, and their life together was just beginning. He treated her like a queen, always fulfilling her wishes. They had been together for years, and he even gifted her a puppy named Rambo. They just bought a big house because they are planning to have children soon. They dreamed of having many children and often imagined what their future kids would look like. Back at the scene, Jan and Quiana had been attacked in the head, their hands bound behind their backs with duct tape. Investigators later discovered that Quiana had been abused. In Jan's mouth was a sock wrapped tightly with tape, and there were shoe prints on his back, indicating that his attacker had stepped or jumped on him. There were also traces of gasoline spilled in the house, indicating that the attacker had tried to set fire to destroy evidence, but was unsuccessful near the house. Police discovered footprints and traces of alcohol. They concluded that there were at least 3 criminals. Jan and Quiana were killed by gunfire, but no shell casings or weapons were found at the scene. Valuables and jewelry were missing from the house, including wedding rings, gold jewelry, expensive watches, Quiana's bank card, and other personal items. When Marine police agents reviewed crime scene photographs to assist the local police, they noticed a critical detail. In one photo taken in the bedroom closet, they spotted a duffel bag commonly used by the Marine Corps, often called a Navy bag, which servicemen used to store military gear. One agent speculated that the attackers left the bag behind because they already had a similar one with military equipment. Agent Matt Tymons theorized that the criminals were likely Marines. Quiana's stolen bank card was used at 3:20 a.m., just a few hours after the crime, at a location about 1 kilometer from the airbase where Jan worked. This further led detectives to suspect that the incident was Marine Corps related. Police obtained ATM footage showing a man withdrawing several $100s. He wore a blue bandana, partially covering his face, and used his hand to obscure it further. He was wearing a glove with the brand Mechanics written on it and appeared to know the PIN code for Quiana's card. The footprints found near the Jan house became key evidence. Almost as valuable as a fingerprint, the patterns of the soles showed that they belonged to 2 different types of sneakers made by Nike 9 days after the tragedy. On October 24, Jan and Quiana were buried together. Hundreds of people, including military personnel, attended their funeral. Jan's mother, Hendrik Varg, cried as she said that her son was a handsome man and that she was heartbroken to have to bury him. She shared that it was unnatural, as she had always thought that she would die before John. She also mentioned that they had had a wedding ceremony not long ago and that they were now in coffins. Detectives are still trying to figure out who could have hated John and Kiana so much. The Naval Criminal Investigative Service, NCIS, has assisted in the investigation by compiling a list of Marines who worked with John. Investigators have also interviewed two of his closest friends, Heidi Hansen and Matt Farrar. Two friends said Jan often bragged to his co-workers about his big house, showing off photos of his beautiful wife, and mentioning that he recently received a $30 bonus, which he kept at home along with his savings. Detectives said this may have been the reason someone broke into his house and took his money and jewelry. However, another motive was quickly discovered at work. Jan was a strict sergeant who prioritized precision and discipline. For him, the Marine Corps represented brotherhood, and he held great pride in the American flag, which he saw as a symbol of freedom. However, his communication style at work may make his subordinates unhappy. A friend revealed that Jan often had conflicts with some of his junior Marines because they did not want to follow his orders. One colleague mentioned Lance Corporal Tyrone Miller, who was under Jan's command. He hated Jan very much, and after Jan was killed, he expressed that he was happy. However, he regretted Kiana's death. Some colleagues said he might be involved in a criminal gang. Detectives wanted to find Tyrone for questioning, but found out that he was in hospital. He was injured the night before Jan and Kiana's funeral. Right near their home, the shooting appeared to have been deliberate. Coming from a drive-by shooter, detectives were convinced this incident was no coincidence and suspected his involvement in the Peterzak family's tragedy on October 28, 20 years old. Tyrone arrived at the police station for questioning. Investigators asked him why he disliked Jan so much. He admitted that he frequently argued with Jan at work and felt he deserved a promotion, which had not happened. He believed that Jan was responsible for this, however. He also admitted that, in a way, he was grateful to Jan because thanks to Jan, he had matured during his time in service and taught him valuable lessons. When detectives questioned Tyrone about a recent injury, he claimed it was unrelated to the attack on the Peterzak family regarding the incident of October 15, the day of the tragedy. He stated he was at home with his family and denied any involvement. He explained that he was married, had 2 children, and lived in a military town where he served. He also mentioned that he had only been to John's house once, a few months earlier. With his wife, the detectives tried to fool Tyrone by saying that they had data from his cell phone. That would allow them to pinpoint his exact location on the day of the incident. This made him visibly nervous, and he began avoiding their questions. He eventually admitted that he occasionally drove past Jan's house with friends, the most recent time being about 2 weeks prior. Around the same time as the tragedy, detectives pressed further, asking about the clothes he had worn that day. He said he and his friends usually wore baggy sweatshirts and shirts, along with blue bandanas. He also described his shoes, which turned out to be Nike sneakers. The shoe prints matched the tracks found near the Peterzak family's house. At this point, detectives were convinced that Tyrone was the perpetrator. Investigators released Tyrone and obtained a warrant to search his house. Police, wearing bulletproof vests, arrived at his home when no one answered. They broke down the door to get in. The first person they saw was his wife. Then he appeared, holding his daughter as a shield and trying to run into the back bedroom. The scene was chaotic. Officers shouted at him to release his daughter and lie on the floor. Eventually, he complied. His family sat on the sofa as the police began searching the house. The search was quick. On the table near the sofa, officers found a bank card belonging to Kiana, but the evidence didn't stop there. In his closet, detectives found the ceremonial blue uniform of John, the uniform the Marines take pride in. They also discovered 4 shell casings in a plastic bag and various weapons in the home, including one that was determined to have been used in the attack on John and Kiana's home in a black backpack. They discovered several blue bandanas and gloves from the Mechanics brand. They later found a pair of sneakers that matched one of the footprints at the crime scene. In addition, several other items were found in the house, but were not related to this case. For example, multiple identification cards, jewelry, and other items, suggesting that he may have been involved in other crimes. Tyrone was arrested and taken into custody, despite the substantial evidence against him. He initially denied any involvement in the case during interrogation. However, he admitted to participating in the incident, but claimed his role was minor. He stated that he broke into Sergeant Jan's house intending to steal maps and jewelry. He also tried to present the crime as racially motivated. Tyrone implicated 2 fellow Marines, Emrys John and Kevin Cox. In the case, Lance Corporal Emrys, 18, worked under John, while Private Kevin, 20, was an electrician at the air base. He confessed that the original plan was to rob and intimidate Jan, but events spiraled out of control, according to him. Emrys was the one who attacked both Jan and Quiana. He also claimed Kevin was actively involved throughout the incident. Not long after, investigators discovered another accomplice, a Marine. The man known by the nickname Psycho was 21 years old, Keeson Sykes, a clerk working at the airbase. Initially, Sykes, along with Emrys and Kevin, denied any involvement in the tragic incident at the Peterzak family home. However, they later confessed, and Sykes revealed that it was Emrys who attacked Jan and Quiana. After questioning all 4 suspects, detectives were able to piece together what had happened that day. They go to John and Kiana's house. All of them, except Kevin, wore bandanas as disguises and had gloves on. Their weapons were loaded. Kevin knocked on the door, expecting Jan to open it. To his surprise, he did open the door, laughing. Kevin greeted him, but the remaining 3 suddenly appeared, burst into the house and attacked him. They tied him up and gagged him, then began ransacking the house for money. They then tortured Jan and Kiana, trying to force them to reveal their bank card password. They also assaulted Kiana. Investigators discovered that Tyrone was the leader of the group and had orchestrated the entire plan. He gave the gun to Emrys, who then killed them. When police searched the rooms of the 4 suspects, they found evidence that all 4 were involved in the crime. All 4 were charged in the Peterzak family case, but none admitted their guilt. Kiana's mother said she never imagined that one Marine would do such a thing, let alone 4 of them. Then, detectives discovered that this was not the first time the group of Marines had committed a crime. They lived a double life, as Marines by day and criminals by night, breaking and entering and robbing. Each attack was meticulously planned. In March 2013, nearly 5 years after the tragedy at Peter's house, all 4 suspects, Emrys, Tyrone, Keeson, and Kevin, were brought to trial. Prosecutors want to prove that these Marines used their military skills to plan and carry out the crimes. The case was split into 2 trials. The first trial involved 3 suspects, Tyrone, Emrys, and Kevin, all of whom faced the death penalty. The trial for Keeson was postponed due to limited courtroom capacity. It was clear from the evidence that the crime had been carefully planned. The prosecutor presented forensic evidence at Tyrone's home. They found a pair of Mechanics brand gloves, similar to the gloves seen in the CCTV footage. The gloves contained significant amounts of DNA from Quiana and Jan. Traces at the crime scene matched all 3 defendants, Tyrone, Emrys, and Kevin. To strengthen Their argument. The prosecution introduced testimony from another Marine who shared insider information that had never been made public. This Marine revealed that Tyrone and Emrys had confessed to their involvement shortly after the incident. Ultimately, Tyrone and Emrys admitted to their roles in the crime. Emrys confessed to being the shooter. Regarding their motive, they claimed their actions were driven by two goals: to steal money and to seek revenge. However, Tyrone asserted that he did not have a detailed plan and did not intend to kill anyone. He said his main purpose was to intimidate Jan, whom he accused of secretly obstructing his promotion. Out of a personal vendetta, after a 4-month trial and less than 3 days of deliberation, the jury reached their verdicts. All 3 former Marines, Tyrone, Emrys, and Kevin, were found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder and other charges. Emrys was identified as the shooter. While Tyrone was also convicted of rape, both Emrys and Tyrone were sentenced to death, while Kevin received a life sentence without parole on August 5, 2014. A year and a half later, Kassan Sykes was convicted of multiple crimes, including abuse of Kiana, and was also sentenced to death. It has been 14 years since the Przak family tragedy. Jan's mother keeps her son's dress uniform at home as a cherished memory. As it is all she has left of him, she stays in contact with Quiana's mother, and the 2 women often call and support each other. They believe they are now connected for life. The case of Linda Sturmer. Linda and Todd Sturmer met in 1989 when they were both 25 years old. After that, they quickly developed feelings for each other. At the time, she was in the process of divorce and had 2 daughters. She and Todd married a few years later. In August 1993, she gave birth to twins, Trevor and Trenton. The 2 sons later shared that they loved their father very much, describing him as a great father and is an ideal role model. He always spends time coaching, teaching sports, and encouraging his children to have a healthy lifestyle. He is also known as a family man who always puts his family first. Together with Linda, he took in a nephew who was just 2 years old when he was left without a family. Raising him as one of their own, the Sturmer family lived happily together, including Todd, Linda, and 5 children. However, over time, Linda began to notice that Todd was becoming more and more irritable. Linda's daughter from her first marriage, Ashley Gibson, said she had witnessed he throwing a laundry basket at her mother. He would often go out with friends, disappear at night, and return home drunk, aggressive, and yelling at his wife. Linda had to do all the housework by herself. When Ashley was 11 years old, Todd began to lose his temper and yell at her, saying that she was a 2-legged dog just like her mother. Linda, he said that she would become a whore just like her mother. He also beat her with his hands and even a belt. Linda confirmed that Todd was also violent towards her on one occasion. In a fit of rage, he hit she in the face, leaving her with a bruise on her cheek. Todd later sent her flowers and apologized, saying that he deeply regretted his actions. Unfortunately, the abuse didn't stop and continued to happen. Repeatedly, however, Trevor and Trenton denied this information, saying that they never saw Todd using force on Linda or Ashley. They also said that they never saw bruises on Linda's face. Linda's mother admitted that she never trusted Todd. She described he as someone who could be very charming, but he can also be the worst person in the world, according to her. He was often controlling of Linda, and if things did not go as planned, Linda was responsible for everything. She also admitted that she always felt worried about her daughter. On January 7, 2007, in rural Lawrence, Michigan, a fire broke out in the home of Todd and Linda Sturmer. It was a normal Sunday afternoon. She was washing towels in the basement, while her husband, Todd, was watching TV in the living room. At around 3 p.m., she heard her husband screaming from the living room. When she rushed to check, she found the living room consumed by flames. Todd was in the middle of the room, desperately trying to extinguish the fire, although she couldn't see him clearly through the flames. She could hear his screams. She rushed out of the burning house without taking her shoes, coat, or phone, all of which were left inside, without a phone to call for help. She took her husband's truck and drove to the nearest place to seek help. Linda got into the truck, which had the keys in it. Weather reports indicated light rain mixed with snow that day, and she said the roads were wet and muddy. This made it difficult to get the van moving, as the tires spun in place and the clutch struggled to engage while trying to maneuver the van. She suddenly noticed through the side window that Todd had emerged from the burning house. She yelled for him to get in the car, but he didn't listen. He was badly burned. She rushed out of the truck, ran to him and yelled, telling him to lie down on the ground to put out the fire on his body and clothes. Linda then got back in the car and drove to Todd, then took him to the hospital. However, as she drove, she lost sight of him and had no idea where he had gone. Near the house, the ground was muddy and slippery, making it difficult to control the car. In addition, the truck's tires were old and worn. Despite the difficulty, she still tried to move the car slowly and carefully to get closer to the house. She steered the truck onto a sandy road, hoping that the surface would give the truck better traction. Meanwhile, neighbors called 911 to report the fire and rushed to help. They approached Linda, asked where Todd and her sons were, but she was so frightened that she could not answer clearly. She pointed toward the front door, saying the last time she saw Todd, he was near that area. The neighbors searched where she had indicated, but couldn't find him. After circling the burning house, they discovered he lying on the side of the house. Near where Linda had left the van, he was on his back, with his head facing the house. Linda said she had no idea how her husband, Todd, ended up in that location. He was severely burned, and most of his clothes had been destroyed by the fire. Although still alive, he was unable to speak. Linda ran to him, crying and pleading for him not to leave her. Shortly after, police, firefighters, and paramedics arrived. Rescue workers tried to save Todd, but his injuries were so severe that they couldn't attach a defibrillator. Sadly, 42 years old, Todd Sturmer died near his home from extensive burns and carbon monoxide poisoning. Upon further investigation, police discovered blood on the bumper and undercarriage of the van. It was determined that Linda had accidentally run over her husband, Todd. However, she maintained that she didn't know how or when it occurred, insisting it was not intentional. After the fire was extinguished, detectives launched an investigation. They thoroughly examined the scene and interviewed close friends, neighbors, and the two sons, Trevor and Trenton, who lived in the family home. Trevor and Trenton claimed to know their mother, Linda, well, and suspect that the story of the fire is not simple. They believe that she was hiding something. Trevor directly asked his mother if she had crashed her car into Todd. She deflected, saying she did not want to discuss it, and then burst into tears. The brothers could not believe that their father, Todd, who was in excellent health, could have been so severely injured in the fire. While she was completely unharmed, they also disclosed that their parents' relationship had been deteriorating recently. Todd and Linda frequently argued and had even talked about getting a divorce. Just a day before the fire, they had a heated argument. The fight started after Todd accused Linda of being unfaithful. She vehemently denied this and insisted that she had always been faithful to her husband. However, she admitted that they had argued the day before, but said it was over money. The Sturmer family is having a lot of financial trouble, and Linda blames Todd for it. He runs a glove and sometimes suits business, but Linda accused him of being lazy and unwilling to work. She recently discovered that he had borrowed money from his mother, which led her to confront him. She questioned why he needed the money and why he didn't work harder to earn it. Linda works at a dialysis center and has a very busy schedule. She wakes up at 5 a.m. every day to go to work, according to the news. Todd is in debt of about $75. He hasn't paid his mortgage in months and spends most of his income on personal expenses. However, Trevor and Trenton believe that their mother Linda is also responsible for the family's financial difficulties. According to Trevor and Trenton, Linda often uses all of her family's savings for her hobby of horses. She was obsessed with the animals and owned up to 30 horses. Todd was very upset that his wife spent so much time, effort, and money on them. She had a credit card with a limit of $25, and she often spent it all. Therefore, they often argued about this issue. Despite this, she believed that she could make money from those horses. She also admitted that Todd threatened her, warning that if the horses did not produce profit, he would find a way to get rid of them. As investigators questioned Linda, they became more and more suspicious of her. They began to carefully examine her every move that day. It turned out that she had stopped by a gas station early in the morning, according to the clerk. She did not put gas in the car, but in a tank. This was later confirmed when police found an empty gas canister in the courtyard of her house, which still contained traces of gasoline. Linda explained that she had run out of milk that morning, so she went grocery shopping and stopped by the gas station. She presented a receipt showing she spent only $11 on gas. She claimed she didn't need to fill her SUV's tank completely, adding just enough to ensure her sons had fuel for an upcoming trip. Upon returning home, she said she woke her sons, encouraged them to take her SUV, and arranged for them to go to the movies with a friend. She gave them both money and the car keys. Linda told investigators that she had expected to have an argument with her husband that day, so she didn't want her sons to hear it. She frankly admitted that she intended to tell her husband about her plans for divorce and had seriously considered it. Even seeing a lawyer, she had planned to pack up and leave the house that day. She also shared that the decision was not easy, as she and her husband had been officially together for 13 years. Detectives spent 2 years investigating and concluded that Linda drove her truck into her husband, Todd, after he fled their burning home on June 5, 2009. Prosecutors believed they had sufficient evidence to arrest Linda on charges of arson and her husband's murder. She appeared in court on January 5, 2010. The evidence was primarily circumstantial, focusing on Linda's behavior before and after the fire. Their sons, Trevor and Trenton, testified that on that Sunday morning, she urgently forced them to leave for the cinema and did not let them say goodbye to their father, claiming he was asleep. In court, they suggested that their mother may have given their father a high dose of sedatives or illegal substances. This theory was supported by Linda's former friend and co-worker, Kate Fox. Kate said that, after the tragedy, Linda once confessed that she was afraid investigators would find the coffee cup she used to mix the banned substance for Todd. However, autopsy results did not detect any signs that Todd was under the influence of banned substances. Kate also claimed that Linda had previously discussed ways to get rid of her husband, Todd, including hitting him with a car. She denied these allegations, stating that Kate disliked her due to workplace conflicts. Additionally, Kate brought up her affair with a colleague, Chris Williams. Chris confirmed their romantic relationship and stated it began before the tragedy. While she admitted to the affair, she insisted it only started after she became a widow. She accused Kate of inciting Chris to lie in court to get back at her. In addition, her lawyer presented evidence that Kate was mentally ill while in custody. Some of Linda's cellmates reported that she admitted to starting a fire in her house while Todd was asleep. Another inmate claimed that Linda told them she had hit Todd in the head. Prosecutors argued that she doused Todd in gasoline while he was sleeping and set him on fire. Gasoline traces were found on his sweatpants, underwear, and socks. However, gasoline was also found on the clothes of a neighbor who had covered Todd with his jacket while he lay on the ground. Moreover, gasoline traces were detected on a towel Linda was reportedly washing in the basement before the fire. She claimed Todd had been working on the stove that day and spilled fuel oil on the towel. She explained that the towel smelled bad, so she attempted to wash it. Linda's lawyer argued that Todd had set the fire himself and died because of his own actions. No traces of gasoline were found on her clothing. Additionally, it was revealed that he had previously been suspected of arson twice. Two of his houses had mysteriously burned down, both times when he was in debt and facing financial troubles. However, the prosecutor dismissed these claims, emphasizing that after Todd escaped the burning house, Linda hit him with her car and failed to call 911. The prosecutor accused she of being a liar, manipulator, and even referred to her as a devil. In 2010, 3 years after Todd Sturmer's death, the judge delivered the verdict. Linda Sturmer was found guilty of arson and first-degree murder. This ruling has caused serious conflict within the family. Todd's sons, Trevor and Trenton, supported their late father, while the daughters sided with their mother. Linda, she was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Despite this, she continued to fight for her freedom for the next 5 years. Linda appealed several times to the state court and the Michigan Supreme Court, but all were denied. She then filed a petition in federal court, arguing that her attorney's failure to hire a fire investigation expert hurt her case. An experienced fire investigator has criticized the investigation at the Sturmer home, calling it a shoddy one. The expert said that police did not collect enough combustible material for analysis, and there was no evidence that Linda poured gasoline on Todd and set him on fire. In 2016, Linda's new attorney filed an amended petition that included findings from a fire expert 2 years later. In October 2018, a federal judge granted a retrial during the proceedings. Linda suggested that a coal might have accidentally fallen from their living room fireplace, igniting the floor and starting the fire 2 months later. Just before Christmas 2018, the judge announced his decision. He ruled that the prosecutor had been wrong to tell the jury that Linda had 2 cell phones. As there was no evidence to support this claim, the judge criticized Linda's defense team for failing to consult with a fire expert, which was detrimental to her. The judge also noted that while Kate testified against Linda, she suffered from mental health issues, raising doubts about the credibility of testimony. In December 2018, nearly 12 years after the fire, Linda's conviction was overturned, and she was released from prison. By that time, she had served about 9 years. In 2019, about a year after her release, the Michigan Attorney General appealed to reinstate Linda's conviction. Her daughters were terrified that their mother might be sent back to prison. On December 3, 2019, Linda, her daughters, and her mother attended the hearing. This time, the focus shifted away from the fire and onto the fact that Linda had run over her husband with her car. Linda maintained that she did not hit Todd intentionally. She explained that she had been in a state of panic and was unsure how or when it happened. She insisted that she never intended to harm or kill her husband. In 2020, the appeals court ruled in Linda's favor, upholding the judge's decision to vacate her conviction. However, the prosecutor's office continues to pursue the case while awaiting the outcome. Linda attends all hearings and appreciates the freedom she now enjoys. She now lives with her daughter Ashley, works to save money, and dreams of one day buying a new home. However, her sons, Trevor and Trenton, no longer call her mom. To them, she is just Linda. They do not forgive her for the death of their father, Todd, even after her release. They still believe that she is responsible for their father's death. The case of Teresa Ann Pohlman. The story focuses on the reunion of a mother and daughter after nearly 20 years apart. The daughter is curious about their separation, her mother's absence, and the reason for her return. These are challenging questions that need to be answered. Unfortunately, their reunion is not a happy one and unexpectedly leads to a brutal murder as the police discover the body and begin their investigation. They uncover the victim's troubled past. But did the victim really deserve the fate she met? The events unfold on a summer evening at Funk Grove, a local nature reserve that attracts many visitors. Just after 6 p.m., a couple discovers a suspicious object in the grass near a walking path. As they approach, they realize it is a body lying on the ground. They quickly called the police and reported the incident. When the police arrived, they discovered the body was a woman. Her chest and neck had multiple cuts, and her face was disfigured beyond recognition. The body was sent for an autopsy to gather more details about the death. And initial examinations showed that the woman had been lying on the lawn for less than a day and likely died from blood loss due to severe injuries. The criminal acted quickly. There were no signs of a struggle on the victim's body. Forensic experts arrived at the scene and began their investigation. Their first task was to determine whether the victim was killed at that location or if her body had been moved there after death to conceal the crime. They observed no signs of a struggle nearby. The lawn looked undisturbed, however. They discovered a flattened lawn, suggesting that the victim had likely been dragged to the scene. The absence of her personal belongings suggested that a robbery had occurred, leading to her fatal injuries. The victim's face was too badly damaged to be identified, but she had a tattoo on her shoulder that read, "Lady Leo." This was the only clue the police had at the time. Toxicology tests found traces of illegal drugs in her system, further complicating matters and leading to local drug dealers as potential suspects. The body was likely dragged from the parking lot near the entrance to the reserve, which was the closest car entry point to the area. After finding no evidence near the body, the police expanded their search to the parking lot, where they discovered cigarette butts and bloodstains. A lighter found at the scene may be the only important clue to move the investigation forward, but it could also belong to someone who had nothing to do with the crime. These items need to be tested. The materials were then sent to a lab, where they confirmed that the blood found in the parking lot belonged to the victim. This showed that the police were on the right track. They also needed to analyze all the DNA evidence collected, including the many cigarette butts found in the parking lot. This analysis could take up to 8 weeks, but the police needed to keep moving forward and not waste time. The longer the investigation took, the greater the risk of losing potential evidence. It was odd that the attacker would choose such a busy location to leave the body. The trail was frequented by locals and tourists. Especially in the summer, the criminal's actions reminded police of serial killers who taunt law enforcement by leaving evidence and bodies in plain sight. This raised concerns that the attacker might strike again. It was important to locate the nearest surveillance cameras and the routes into the parking lot. However, the body had been in the woods for at least 13 hours along a busy road that had been traveled by many vehicles. The investigation would be very difficult. The police decided to change their strategy. They needed to identify the woman found in the woods. They searched the local missing persons database for recent reports, but found no matches. They then expanded their search to include reports from the previous month, but were still unsuccessful. While awaiting the results of the medical examiner's examination, the full autopsy report was released. It found that the victim had been stabbed multiple times in the neck and chest during the attack. The cause of death was determined to be strangulation and blunt force trauma. There are also signs of abuse. To expedite the investigation, the sheriff decided to ask the public for help. A photo of the victim's tattoo was shared with the community via television and print media. This approach quickly yielded results within hours. A man contacted the police department saying he recognized the tattoo and that he believed the victim might be his relative. Teresa Ann Pullman. Police followed up on this lead and eventually confirmed the victim's identity. Teresa Ann Pullman was born in 1969 in the small town of Morton, Illinois. when she was 11. Her parents divorced, and she moved back to Texas with her mother. Teresa's childhood was chaotic, largely due to her mother's parenting style. At age 12, her mother took her to a bar and encouraged her to drink alcohol bought by strangers. They also smoked marijuana together, which illustrates the unhealthy environment Teresa was growing up in as a teenager. Teresa met a boy and ran away from home with him. Their journey across several states was dangerous, and the relationship ended quickly. Leaving Teresa alone in a strange city, she eventually returned to her mother, where she lived for a while, hoping for a better life during this time. She completed her education, worked as a waitress, and nurtured her dreams for the future. At age 25, Teresa became pregnant by a man her mother knew. They had a brief relationship, and on February 7, 1990, her daughter Christine Rusch was born. Teresa wanted to be a good mother, but life presented her with many challenges, despite her difficult temperament. She ignored the advice of a psychiatrist and refused to be hospitalized for treatment. Instead, she turned to self-medicating with various unknown drugs, none of which worked. Teresa eventually left her daughter Christine with her mother and moved to Illinois. Christine faced a difficult fate from an early age. She was sent to live with her grandmother, who struggled with alcoholism and did not provide a stable environment. Social services did not approve her grandmother as a guardian, resulting in Christine being placed with distant relatives. Fortunately, her foster family was devout and well-respected. Christine was fortunate to escape the darkness and instead enjoyed a happy, stable childhood in a loving home in a small town. During this time, Teresa completely stopped communicating with her daughter. In 2003, she met a man named Joel Ritchie, who helped stabilize her condition. As a result, she experienced fewer symptoms of bipolar disorder. The couple eventually had a son named Ryan. Joel took care of both Teresa and their child. However, the journey was not easy. Sometimes she would have breakdowns, fall into depression, become aggressive, sing, and even disappear for days. After such times, she would always call Joel to apologize. For a while, things would return to normal. These ups and downs continued for more than 5 years until the couple decided to separate in 2008. Unlike her previous experience with Christine, Teresa chose to raise her son on her own. In 2009, Teresa thought she was lucky to meet a new man named Nick. They began a whirlwind romance, and by the end of January, she had moved in with him. They initially lived with Nick's parents before buying their own house. Nick treated Teresa and her child Ryan well. They later got married. However, the old problems resurfaced. Nick expressed that Teresa would occasionally leave, causing him great distress each time. He lost patience when he stayed home with her son, Ryan. Just over a year after their marriage, they divorced. Time passed, but Teresa still thought about her daughter, Christine. She feared that Christine would never forgive her. However, Teresa still longed for the opportunity to reconnect and talk to her daughter. Christina grew up in Bloomington, Illinois, and knew very little about her birth mother or her past. She often wondered where her birth mother was and why she had been abandoned as a child. Around the beginning of her sophomore year of high school, her adoptive parents revealed to her the abuse she had suffered as a child. This shocking news devastated Christina and turned her life upside down. Negative thoughts flooded her mind, and she became withdrawn, often arguing with her adoptive parents. As her rebellion escalated, she turned to alcohol. Her grades plummeted, and her life went downhill. Although her parents tried their best to support and guide her, their efforts were not enough. At age 16, Christina dropped out of school spending her time smoking, partying, and engaging in reckless behavior. Her relationship with her adoptive parents deteriorated. Culminating in an unplanned pregnancy, Christine discovered that her mother, Teresa, had faced the same difficult choice she was facing. Now Christine became curious and decided to search for her biological parents when she turned 18. She wanted to understand why Teresa had abandoned her and why she had not tried to reconnect over the years. However, it is unclear whether Christine found the answers she was looking for, as in the summer of 2017. Teresa was murdered in a forest preserve. Teresa's family did not report her missing because she had planned to travel to Bloomington to see Christine previously. Teresa began dating a new man named Lady Leo and even got a tattoo with his name. Her relationship with Leo progressed rapidly, and Teresa moved in with him. Her relatives expressed concern that she had not taken the time to get to know him, which led to problems after they lived together. It was clear that she was unhappy in the relationship a few months later. Teresa decided to end her relationship with Leo and move to Bloomington, not only to see her daughter, but also to move out of Leo's house. After speaking with Teresa's relatives, the police discovered new details. On July 4, 2017, Teresa's family mentioned that she had argued with Leo over unpaid rent, which Teresa used as a reason to break up. The police then contacted Leo, who was eager to assist in the investigation, and quickly went to the sheriff's office. There, he informed the police that the fight the victim's family mentioned was just one of many unpleasant incidents in his relationship with Teresa during the months they lived together. She went missing for days on 5 different occasions. Leo said that most of their conflicts arose because of her struggles with alcohol and drug addiction. She was so immersed in her addiction that she didn't care about anything else. In addition, the police had a long conversation with Leo. They eventually concluded that he had nothing to do with her death. He himself was a victim of Teresa's instability and was relieved that she was finally out of his life, despite the challenges in their relationship and the breakup. He was still emotional when he heard of her death. He cooperated fully with the police, allowing them to search his car and cell phone without any objection. They found nothing suspicious. In addition, Leo passed a lie detector test. He also provided the police with valuable information that helped them piece together the timeline of events. One important clue was about the hotel where Teresa was staying. The police arrived in Bloomington and first visited the hotel. They discovered her room and learned that it was the last place she was seen alive. The hotel staff were interviewed and confirmed that Teresa had been in that room for several days, but no one noticed anything unusual. Interestingly, a separate room was rented in the name of her daughter, Christine. This suggests that the meeting between Teresa and Christine had taken place. The police searched Teresa's room and found a large amount of evidence that she was a serious drug addict. The investigation focused on Teresa's daughter, Christine, who had been seen with her at the hotel, although Christine was the last known person to see Teresa alive. Christine had moved out at the time, and other guests were in the hotel room, making it impossible to find evidence there. Attempts to contact her resulted in only voicemail, and Christine was nowhere to be found. The police requested footage from the hotel's surveillance cameras and discovered some interesting footage. They found one from July 1, 2017, around 11:15 a.m., just before Teresa went missing. In this footage, Teresa is seen walking through the hotel hallways throughout the day wearing the same clothes. She and her daughter were seen coming and going several times, but nothing unusual was noted. However, late in the evening, a man named Matt Isbell, approximately 25 years old, appeared with them on the night of July 2. Teresa, her daughter Christine, and Matt left the hotel together. but only Christine and Matt returned around 4 a.m. This raised significant suspicion. Christine and Matt were the last people known to have seen Teresa alive, making them important people to the police to gather more information. They needed to talk to Christine's daughter. Christine then contacted the police and scheduled a meeting for July 5 at the sheriff's office to discuss the case. Christine acted like a grieving daughter and blamed Leo, her mother's last boyfriend. Christine claimed that her mother, Teresa, had suffered greatly because of him. They had recently tried to reconcile, but their relationship was not smooth, and they argued constantly. When the police questioned Christine about Matt, she described him as an old friend she had just started dating. She mentioned that she had invited him to a hotel on July 1 to spend time with her mother, according to Christine. On the night of July 2, they took her mother to Hayward, 15 kilometers from where the body was found. Christine's account was unclear. She did not explain what her mother needed in the woods. That night, her mother simply said goodbye and left, and Christine never saw her again. Her story was vague and full of contradictions, largely repeating information that the police already knew. The police suspected that Christine was hiding something. The police decided to talk to Matt, hoping that he could confirm what Christine had said. However, their initial attempts to contact him were unsuccessful because the phone number Christine provided was incorrect. Police eventually contacted Matt and invited him to the station for questioning. At the police station, he explained that he and Christine lived nearby and had just started dating. He mentioned that they took her mother to Hayward, then dropped her off in the woods before returning home. Matt said he wasn't sure what happened to Teresa after that, but he suspected that someone attacked her in the woods. The police found the couple suspicious and believed that Christine knew more about Teresa's death. To gauge her reaction, the police devised a plan. They asked Christine to allow them to search her room. She quickly became nervous. She still insisted that she had nothing to do with her mother's murder. She asked for a lawyer and refused to speak to the police any further. Meanwhile, she did not know that Matt was providing information to the police. He changed his account of the events. He claimed that he had driven the mother and daughter to the reserve that night. He stayed in the car while the mother and daughter went into the woods a short time later. Only Christine returned to the parking lot. She explained that she had taken a different route and that a friend would pick up her mother later. They then left, and Matt had no idea what had happened in the woods. While this version of events seems more believable, it still feels like Matt is hiding something important. As the pressure mounts on him, he reveals that Christine killed her mother. This revelation shocks everyone in the room during the interrogation. Matt explains that on the night of July 1-2, the atmosphere was initially very relaxed. They all drank together and had a good time. Teresa then begins to share stories about her past struggles. It is revealed that Teresa used to be an escort. Christine confesses that she had also been involved in similar work. This causes Teresa to insist that her daughter stop her, which only angers Christine further. Despite her daughter's reaction, Teresa continues to make the situation worse. Teresa threatens her daughter Christine, saying that if she does not stop her, Teresa will turn her in to the police. This terrified Christine, as she feared facing legal problems and possibly losing custody of her 2-year-old daughter. Desperate and angry with her mother, Christine felt that killing her mother was the only way out of the situation. Matt then drove them to the reserve, and since Teresa was unfamiliar with the area, she trusted Christine when they reached the parking lot. Teresa was the first to get out of the car. Christine was next, and Christine suddenly attacked Teresa. Christine then strangled her mother until she passed out. Christine then dragged Teresa's body into the woods. Matt did not know what happened in the woods because he stayed in the parking lot, smoking and waiting for Christine to return. Matt then pointed out on a map where the crowbar had been discarded. The police were able to locate it based on this information. On July 7, 2017, the police obtained an arrest warrant for the couple. Matt also pointed out where Christine might have hidden the knife, but it was never found. After a thorough search of his car, they discovered traces of blood inside. Evidence gathered supported Matt's claim that he had nothing to do with Teresa's murder. A key piece of evidence against Christine was a text message she sent to Matt in which she expressed her intention to kill her mother. Meanwhile, DNA testing confirmed that cigarette butts found in the parking lot contained traces of Matt's DNA. As a result, both were arrested, and Matt's testimony became the basis for the charges against them. On the day of the preliminary hearing, something unexpected happened. Christine confessed to her guilt. This unexpected decision may have stemmed from her feelings of guilt over her mother's murder. Matt was charged as an accessory because he had the opportunity to intervene and prevent the murder, but chose not to. Matt knew about the impending attack on Teresa, but took them into the woods anyway. Matt Isbell, then 20 years old, received a 12-year prison sentence for his role as an accessory. On January 31, 2018, Christine Rausch was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to 40 years in prison. At the time, she was 23 years old. The case of Jack and Jennifer Edwards. John Edwards was born on July 12, 1950 in Broken Hill, Australia. He faced difficult challenges in his childhood due to his alcoholic parents. At the age of 17, he stole his mother's car and ran away, leaving a short goodbye note. His family could not take him back, and he chose to cut off most of his ties with them. John began working to support himself, trying out various jobs until he was attracted by an opportunity with the Australian Department of Defence. In June, he joined the Army until 2005. John has been married to 5 women, resulting in 8 children. For privacy reasons, the names of most of these women are not disclosed. His first relationship began when he was 18 in the 1960s, and they married. This marriage produced 2 children, a son and a daughter. John's first wife described him as controlling. He would restrict her spending money and occasionally come home late without notice. But overall, she was happy with their life. However, after a vacation in the United States with their children, the wife then noticed that John was frequently texting another woman he met in Boston. Unable to forgive him for his infidelity, she decided to end their relationship. John stayed in the United States with his mistress and wanted to keep the children, but his ex-wife took them with her that year. He married the Boston woman, but their marriage quickly ended. Due to his aggressive behavior, John returned home alone and tried to reconnect with his first wife. He often visited his children on weekends. Over time, his son and daughter became afraid of his outbursts. His relationship with his ex-wife also began to deteriorate. John's behavior became increasingly out of control, and eventually his children lost interest in seeing him because of his violent nature. However, John insisted that his ex-wife was the root of the problem. He believed that she was the one who caused the discord between him and his children. He then became increasingly angry and made threatening phone calls to her. He blamed everyone for the problems he faced in his life. John's behavior toward his children did not improve. His son and daughter were terrified of him and tried to avoid any interaction. Despite his fear, John insisted on visiting them. In 1977, he began a new relationship and soon moved in with his girlfriend. They had a daughter 2 years later. In 1984, they married and had a son. But things continued to deteriorate. During this time, John's treatment of his third wife became increasingly abusive. She was pregnant, but John's violent behavior caused her to lose the baby. John's rages became increasingly frightening. He assaulted his third wife, threw objects at her, and even threatened to set her on fire while she slept. By the end of the year, the situation had become so unbearable that she decided to leave him, but was too afraid to speak out. Fearing for her life, she had prepared in advance and gathered the children together, waiting for him to go to the bathroom. She saw this as the perfect opportunity to escape with the children. The woman climbed over the fence with the children and with the help of neighbors. She contacted the police. John was subsequently arrested. John's third wife and children then sought refuge in the city. Thinking they would be safe, all of John's children described their father's cruelty, aggressive outbursts, and emotional manipulation. Unfortunately, their concerns were ignored by social services. John had 2 daughters and 2 sons by 2 different women, and he was involved in custody disputes with both, despite numerous reports from his ex-wives of his violent behavior and the children's reluctance to see him. He continued to seek permission to see them. The children were required to spend 3 nights a week with John. Despite their apparent unwillingness, social services did not intervene. The mothers reported receiving threats and fearing for their children's safety. Family members confirmed that John had been acting inappropriately and aggressively. But the legal system ignored this evidence. In December, a warrant was issued for John's arrest after he took his daughter home from school without permission and held her for several days. A similar incident had occurred with his son, but police believed the father had done nothing wrong. They thought he was just trying to bond with his children. Eventually, John's first wife was able to completely cut off contact with him. By then, their daughter was old enough to choose whether or not to continue contact with her father. Unsurprisingly, she decided to cut off all ties and ignored all attempts to contact him after receiving the restraining order. The family felt relieved, however. The third ex-wife continued to face pressure from John and had no way to protect herself. Meanwhile, John continued to try to build his own life. He began dating a woman in the 90s, and she eventually had a son with him. By that time, their relationship had ended. John began to stalk her, insisting that he wanted to maintain a relationship with their child. Eventually, the young woman came under his influence again and continued to keep in close contact with him. John promised to change, but this was typical behavior of a manipulator. At this point, he became increasingly cruel and aggressive, and the new woman quickly realized her mistake. She moved in with John and then moved out. Living with him was extremely stressful. She lost a lot of weight and was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. However, she eventually found the strength to leave with her child. She turned to the police for protection, and with the help of various organizations, she found a home where she could hide from John. Later, he discovered her address and repeatedly showed up. Trying to break down the door and threaten her, John made several attempts to kidnap her son and eventually pressured the woman into giving him partial custody. As a result, the boy would occasionally stay at his father's house, where John also had 2 children with his third wife. When those children grew up, they chose to cut ties with their father. John later remarried, a skillful manipulator. He knew how to charm women, showering them with attention and affection. John's new wife became pregnant, but he forced her to have an abortion, and she refused. This angered him. John then made the situation worse by attacking her, pushing her down the stairs and beating her for a long time. It appeared that he intended to harm the child. As the 5th wife claimed, he aimed for her stomach with each blow. Despite his violence, she defended herself, and the child was delivered safely. John's 5th wife then fled to women's shelters to escape him. However, he found her and arranged meetings while constantly threatening her and demanding her to return to protect her child. She sought a divorce and sole custody of the child, which she was granted in September 2000. Tragically, in 2008, his 5th wife was diagnosed with a terminal illness and died in September, leaving John with custody of their 8-year-old son. By that time, John had 6 children, with 4 different women, each of whom he had negatively impacted. In October 2000, 5-year-old John met 19-year-old Olga from Russia on a dating website, charming and polite. John showered her with compliments and described his homeland as a wonderful place. Their romance began, and Olga flew to Australia at John's invitation to be with him. She moved in with him in August 2001, and they married on November 10 of that year. Their son Jack was born in September 2002, and daughter Jennifer in August 2004. Jack and Jennifer grew up in their family home in the quiet Sydney suburb of Pett Hills. Known for its natural beauty and close-knit community, however, John treated Olga in much the same way as he had treated his previous wives. He was verbally abusive and sought to control her every move, unlike her previous partners. Olga found herself with no choice, with nowhere to run and no one to help her. Faced with these circumstances, Olga tried to adapt and keep the peace at the slightest sign of disobedience. John would threaten to take their children away and deport her back to Russia, fearing for her children. Olga endured the situation. John also controlled their finances, including Olga's salary, and dictated how she should dress and care for herself. His control and cruelty created an environment in which she felt extremely miserable. Jack was a kind, adventurous, an active young man who loved sports and video games. He was also very friendly and got along well with everyone around him. His younger sister, Jennifer, was quieter and calmer than him. She enjoyed spending hours reading, loved animals, and loved skateboarding. As she grew up, she had a dog and a pet rabbit. She spent a lot of time playing with her pets, driven by her love of animals. She dreamed of becoming a veterinarian, a goal she often shared with her classmates and family. When Jack was about 10 years old, John began abusing him. John treated Jack the same way he had treated his wife. Jack reacted and disobeyed his father. In response, John resorted to cruel methods to inflict pain on Jack without leaving visible marks, such as breaking his fingers with heavy objects. This bullying continued for years, leaving the boy in constant fear. He often tried to call the police for help, but his mother prevented him from doing so each time, fearing that she might lose him. To cope, Jack began sleeping with a baseball bat in his room, only feeling safe when it was hidden under his pillow. During this time, Jennifer, who also witnessed the abuse, began sleeping with a knife under her pillow in 2015. During this time, the family's trip to Paris turned chaotic when a serious fight broke out between Jack and his father, John. Jack ran out of the hotel, but John chased him down the street, assaulting him by pinning him against a wall and choking him. The situation escalated, prompting passers-by to intervene. Jack then wanted to call the police, but his mother begged him not to. He complied, but the violence continued. With John becoming increasingly angry, the father's cruelty worsened over time. In December 2015, Olga decided that she could no longer tolerate his behavior and expressed her intention to file for divorce. John begged her to stay, promising to change. Olga eventually gave him another chance, but things only got worse. In January 2016, Olga became concerned and contacted the police after her son, Jack, went missing. Fortunately, the police found him within a few hours. It turned out that Jack had run away from home and did not want to return to avoid danger. Although it was clear that Jack was in a dangerous situation, the police returned him to Olga's family. Tensions continued to rise until March 2016, when Olga finally decided to take the children. On March 11, she went to a neighboring city to stay with friends, during which time she learned about John's stalking of her and his ex-wives. Fearing for her safety, she asked her friends not to reveal her whereabouts. However, despite these precautions, a friend accidentally led John to the house where Olga and the children were hiding. In April 2016, a trial began for Olga and John. Olga, along with the children, sought a protection order against John to ensure their safety. In response, John stated in court that the children were in danger of being cared for by their mother without him. During this time, he also consulted a psychiatrist who diagnosed him with anxiety and depression. However, the psychotherapist noted that John was generally doing well. John used this situation to prove that he was actively working on his problems. The court ruled that John must be informed about the whereabouts of his son and daughter. However, the court also decided that John must not come within 500 meters of Olga and the children. Despite this, he continued to follow them and try to contact them. One day, he went to Jennifer's school and tried to give her a dog. He also met Jack at the police station and wanted to send him a letter of apology. Meanwhile, John hired a private investigator to spy on his family. In February 2017, a private investigator found Olga at a yoga studio. John later confessed to the police that he regularly went to the studio to work out. The staff noticed his strange behavior and believed that he was there primarily to stalk women. When Olga reported John for violating the restraining order, police dismissed her complaint and accepted John's explanation that it was accidental. Olga claimed that the situation was clearly a case of stalking, but her complaint was ignored. John later went to the police station to file a report that he disputed Olga's allegations against him. His intention was to increase his chances of gaining custody of the children, but that didn't help him. In February 2018, the court granted Olga sole custody of the children, and they were not required to have contact with their father. Olga and the children were relieved to believe that they had finally secured their safety. However, the real struggle was just beginning. On June 25, 2018, John Edwards rented a car and began stalking Olga and the children. He visited a computer expert and deleted all the data from his hard drive and browser. On July 4, on the 4th of July, he took the weapon out of his locker. At 4:45 p.m., Jennifer got off the school bus and sent a text message, not realizing that John was following her. Around 5 p.m., Jennifer's neighbor heard several loud bangs and ran to the porch, where he saw John leaving the house. The neighbor tried to ask John what had happened, but John quietly got into his car and drove away, realizing the danger. The neighbor knocked on the door, but received no response. The neighbor then quickly called the police and reported the situation. When the police arrived and entered the house, they found Jennifer and her uncle Jack under the computer desk in Jack's room. Both without any signs of life. They had been killed. Possibly while trying to escape the attacker, Jack was found lying on top of Jennifer, bravely shielding and protecting his sister. Olga returned home. Confused about what had just happened, police cars surrounded her house, and a helicopter hovered overhead. She learned that her son and daughter were dead, and that her ex-husband was wanted by the police. Olga immediately suspected that John was the only person capable of committing such a crime. The police decided to put Olga's house under surveillance, fearing that she might be the next target. However, he never showed up. The next morning, at around 6 a.m., the police arrived at John's house. They discovered that after the tragic incident involving the children, John, 67, returned home and took his own life. A neighbor reported that at around 6 p.m. the previous day, while walking his dog, he heard a loud bang coming from John's house. The neighbor then took his dog home, but later returned to investigate. The neighbor noticed a broken window, but was unable to enter the house. The police discovered a crumpled piece of paper in John's pocket that contained Jennifer's daily bus schedule to and from school. In the garage, they found a toolbox filled with shredded documents, burned papers, a broken tablet, and a broken cell phone. They also recovered 2 handguns from the house, which were confirmed through analysis to be the weapons used in the murders of Jack and Jennifer. The investigation revealed that the motive for the murders was related to a custody dispute. At this point, all of John's older children had stopped contacting him, and all of his ex-wives had filed restraining orders against him. John, feeling that he had lost everything, He decided to kill his children. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had meticulously planned this crime. First, he bought the weapons to commit the crime. Then, he mapped out the children's daily routine, the school bus schedule, and his wife's working hours. John also made numerous online searches related to his plan. He deleted his browsing history and destroyed all notes to hide his tracks. But some information was still recovered. The tragic events did not stop there. Olga was deeply saddened and could not bear the loss of her children, seeing Olga in pain. Her mother came from Russia to support her. She took care of Olga and encouraged her mentally, hoping to help her heal. However, after a while, the mother had to return home. 4 months later, against her mother's advice, Olga decided to stay in Australia. Tragically, just 5 months after her 2 children were murdered, Olga also passed away. For a long time, Olga lived in the house where John had murdered their son and daughter, often sleeping in her son's bed. It was in this house that a neighbor found Olga's body. The heartbreaking story of Olga and her children captured the public's attention. The children still suffered daily abuse and were forced to sleep near weapons. Separating themselves from their abusive father proved difficult, and the authorities largely ignored Olga's many complaints in response to public pressure and concerns that the case might be covered up. The state police department launched an internal investigation to determine what factors contributed to the tragic event. The investigation found that a number of police officers had been negligent in their duties. There were no reports of harassment in yoga classes, and attempts to contact the children, despite court restrictions, went unpunished even during the struggle. Olga encountered opposition. The lawyer did not consider John dangerous. He completely ignored existing restraining orders issued by all of his ex-wives. An investigation was launched into the lawyer's conduct in custody cases. The defense lawyer ignored the testimony of the teenagers who reported that John had repeatedly emotionally abused them. He claimed that he did not find their testimony credible because they were too young. This negligence allowed John to continue his harmful behavior unchecked. The situations involving Olga, Jack, and Jennifer have highlighted weaknesses in the Australian system and prompted a re-evaluation of social protection and guardianship policies around the world. Efforts to modernize the system have begun, with the aim of improving the response to domestic violence. The lack of oversight from social services and the police allowed John not only to take the lives of his 2 children, but also to escape the consequences of his actions. John Edwards will always be remembered as a murderer who did not have the courage to face the consequences of his actions. The case of Carly Ryan. Carly Ryan was born on January 31, 1992. In Australia, her mother, Sonia Ryan, was 20 years old at the time and raised her on her own. They lived in Stirling, a suburb of Adelaide in South Australia. She and her mother have a close relationship, always being a strong support for each other. Carly was a girl who always cared about others. She is also fascinated by many different subcultures and shares her passion for music with those close to her, along with her in-person friendships. She has many relationships on social media. She enjoyed spending time on platforms like MySpace and Vampire Freaks, where she interacted with others who shared her interest in subcultures such as goth on MySpace. Carly is known as SYSL. Her posts seem engaging and fit this nickname. Many of the photos she shared featured women tied with ropes or people using illegal drugs. Her profile lists interests such as drug use, smoking, drinking, music, intimate relations, and attending concerts. However, most of these hobbies were exaggerated or entirely fabricated and didn't reflect her real life. At one point, Carly's friend Ashley introduced her to a young man named Brandon Kane. Brandon was born in the United States but lived in Victoria, Australia. He claims to be 20 years old and says his hobby is playing the guitar. Initially, he had been communicating with Ashley as he was romantically interested in her. Their conversations were mostly casual, Though occasionally they touched on more personal topics, Ashley disliked these intimate discussions, which caused their communication to taper off. However, when she posted a photo of herself with Carly, he reached out again and asked for Carly's email address. Shortly after, he sent Carly his first message after a while of exchanging messages. Carly fell in love with her new acquaintance, Brandon. He matched her idea of the perfect guy. Their conversation quickly turned romantic. Moving from messages to phone calls, the two stayed in touch for over a year. And as time passed, their feelings for each other grew stronger. Carly became completely captivated by Brandon and believed he was the love of her life. She even told all her friends and her mother about him. However, her mother, Sonia, was cautious about this relationship, recognizing the potential risks of such communication. It's unclear whether Sonia knew his age, but she suspected that he might be completely different from the person he claimed to be. At times, Sonia monitored her daughter, especially when Carly was chatting with Brandon. She had previously accessed Carly's MySpace account. The conversations there did not arouse any suspicion, even quite innocent, however. What shocked her was the photos found there. Because they were very private in nature, Sonia quickly expressed her concerns to her daughter, Carly, but she dismissed them, although she herself sometimes found Brandon's behavior strange. Some of his actions really made her insecure. Any parent would be alarmed by a 20-year-old man communicating with a 14-year-old girl. Not only was there an age difference, the demands he made on Carly were even more unusual. For instance, one day, Brandon asked Carly to kiss her friend Ashley and record it on video. Carly agreed because she really liked Brandon. However, Ashley was more cautious and wondered if the video might end up on an untrustworthy website. Her concerns grew when Carly began communicating with a man named Shane, who claimed to be Brandon's adoptive father. Like Brandon, he also had a MySpace account. Shane described himself as an honest security guard and a former military officer. He also claimed to have worked as a bodyguard for Marilyn Manson. It seemed that he and Brandon shared not only an interest in music, but also in underage girls. He frequently called Carly on the phone, even when she was spending time with her friends, and asked them inappropriate questions. For instance, he would ask if they were bisexual or if they enjoyed kissing other girls. Ashley felt uncomfortable with Shane's behavior and eventually confided in Carly about it. However, she reacted negatively, leading to an argument between the two friends. Despite this, she was eager to meet Brandon in person. The meeting was arranged for January 26, 2007. However, at the last minute, he announced that he could not come and said that his father, Shane, would come to see her. She happily agreed to this. At this time, Shane has acted as a father figure in Carly's life. Her mother, Sonia, was initially hesitant about allowing a stranger into their home, but Carly was adamant. In January 2007, Shane, a man who appeared to be around 50 years old, arrived at their house. In a light blue car, he was dressed in a security guard's uniform and, for some reason, quickly managed to gain Sonia's trust. Not only does Sonia allow Shane into her home, she also allows Carly to go shopping with him on his trip to the mall. He bought Carly a lot of things. Most of the gifts seemed normal, but some raised suspicions. In total, he spent about $260. However, this generosity was a ploy, as he used the opportunity to secretly watch Carly undress while she tried on clothes during Carly's birthday party. She spent much of her time with her ex-boyfriends, which greatly upset Shane. He felt that she wasn't giving him enough attention. Later in the evening, he managed to gain Carly's favor and went for a walk with her and her friend, Rihanna. While walking, he tried to force two girls to kiss. Rihanna refused, which caused Carly to burst into tears and run back to the house. One night, when Carly was sleeping, something strange happened. Shane climbed into her bed and whispered that he loved her very much and that he wouldn't let anything harm her. The next morning, Ko recounted the entire event to her mother, Sonia, immediately. Her mother confronted Shane to clarify matters. Sonia asked her daughter whether he had touched her, and she answered yes. However, she did not want Brandon to know about this. She even asked her mother to speak with Shane and resolve the situation peacefully. However, Sonia was furious. She decided to cut all ties between Carly, Brandon, and Shane not long after. She sent Shane a letter demanding that he stop contacting her daughter and threatened to involve the police if he didn't comply. Shane's reply was full of anger. He acknowledged there was some truth to what Sonia had accused him of and warned her that he intended to sue her. Although Shane is no longer at their house, Sonia knows that she and her daughter, Carly, are still in danger. There's also a chance he'll try to get back in touch with Carly. However, at this stage, Sonia had no idea that the man who appeared in her house wasn't Shane. He wasn't a security guard, a former soldier, or even the father of someone named Brandon, in fact. Both Shane and Brandon's identities are fabrications, created by the same person, Gary Francis Newman. But who is he? The woman, known to Australian media as Christine, found her home had become a prison after marrying Gary. He sought to take complete control of her life. Christine said he would often beat her for seemingly trivial reasons, such as wanting to go shopping with friends or being a few minutes late. These would send him into a rage. Christine worked at a strip club, and her husband, Gary, took all the money she earned when she refused to return to work. He forced her to go back one day. When she mentioned she planned to go shopping with a friend, he violently dragged her into a room. He pinned her down and began beating her until she lost consciousness. Afterward, he left her lying on the floor. Miraculously, she managed to crawl to the front door, where Gary's mother happened to arrive, shocked by her condition. His mother immediately called a doctor during the examination. The doctor asked Christine if her husband, Gary, had assaulted her. However, Gary's presence intimidated her into silence. He even squeezed her hand so hard that he broke several of her fingers. Eventually, she found the courage to escape and relocate to Melbourne. Gary seemed unbothered by her departure. He felt free and began to act on his instincts. He became interested in adult films featuring women in schoolgirl uniforms. It wasn't long before he had the idea to make his dark fantasies a reality before pursuing Carly. Gary has tried many times to get acquainted with other girls, each time assuming a new identity. Amazingly, between 2002 and 2003, he created over 200 MySpace accounts. During this period, he tried to establish contact with a 14-year-old girl in the United States, referring to her as a princess and even calling her his wife, using the pseudonym Nesh. He also spoke to another girl in Singapore and even flew there to meet her. However, she deceived him and did not show up, which deeply affected his mental health. He confided in a friend, saying the girl would pay for this betrayal. Gary's obsession soon spiraled out of control. At one point, he contemplated getting his own daughter, who was under 13 years old, to lure her into having intimate relations with him. Thankfully, he never acted on this horrific plan when it came to Carly. He hoped she would accept his advances and envisioned starting a new life with her. He even told his colleagues about his plans to move to Adelaide. However, when his intentions were exposed, he realized his dream was slipping away. Consumed by anger, he decided to seek revenge. He wanted Carly to suffer. That became his dark goal. During February, Gary and Carly remained in contact while impersonating Brandon. He hinted at Shane's presence, and she agreed to meet. His task was to find a young man to play the role of Brandon. He was well prepared for this plan, as he had previously adopted a 17-year-old boy. This teenager was chosen to impersonate Brandon. That month, Gary and his adopted son traveled to Adelaide. Meanwhile, Carly lied to her mother, Sonia, claiming she would be spending the night at a friend's house, perhaps feeling guilty about the lie. She hugged her mother several times before leaving and told her she loved her. She then exited the house through the back door. She was met on the street by a man she knew as Shane and the teenager pretending to be Brandon. They then visited Port Elliot, a well-known tourist destination in South Australia. They walked around the town and eventually stopped at a local bay, where Gary gave Carly illegal drugs. after 10 p.m. in a secluded area of the bay, taking advantage of Carly's unconscious state. He knocked her face down into the water and then attacked her, his adopted son assisted by holding Carly down. Then, Gary struck her several times on the head, causing her to lose consciousness. Eventually, he and his adopted son threw her into the water, intending to drown her, and she did not survive. The next morning, a woman named Kim Griffin discovered Carly's lifeless body, unable to find anyone nearby to assist. She ran to the closest parking lot, where she encountered a fisherman named Ian Slate. Ian agreed to help, and together they pulled Carly's body onto the shore. After checking for a pulse, they realized she was already dead. Minutes later, Kim contacted the police and emergency services. On February 20, 2007, Carly was officially declared deceased. An autopsy later revealed that she had suffered at least 19 injuries, including head trauma. Additionally, her body had multiple cuts and scratches. Traces of cannabinoids were found in her blood. Experts determined that she had died shortly before Kim found her. Her mother, Sonia, was devastated by the tragedy. She struggled to understand how her daughter had ended up in such a remote location. Far from home, CCTV footage from Port Elliot revealed that Carly was accompanied by two men. In one video, the three were seen near the Crown Hotel. In another, near a fast food restaurant. Investigators have spoken to several witnesses. One witness said a man asked him where to buy drinks. He directed them toward the bay. A supermarket cashier who sold the man cigarettes around 9 p.m. said he asked the same question. Witnesses described Carly as goth or emo. Several people interviewed mentioned seeing a light blue car. With Victorian plates, the car was parked on a cliff, and on the control panel there is something that looks like a security guard's card. Investigators reviewed Carly's last phone calls to identify who she had contacted before her death. One number was registered in Melbourne and the other in Adelaide. Despite efforts, the police were unable to identify the owners of these phone numbers. However, geolocation data provided crucial insights. Some calls were made from Euchreville, a suburb of Adelaide located just a few kilometers from Carly's home, where a trailer park housed people living in their vehicles. When investigators visited the area, the light blue car with Victorian plates was no longer there, however. Several residents confirmed seeing the car and the individuals inside it. CCTV footage helped identify the car and its number plate, which provided crucial information. Tracing the number plate led investigators to a house on the Mornington Peninsula, south of Melbourne. The house was owned by a 48-year-old man named Gary Francis Newman. The wanted car was parked in front of the house, making Gary the prime suspect in Carly's murder. When police entered the house, they found Gary sitting at a computer, chatting with a 14-year-old girl from Western Australia. He was once again pretending to be Brandon. It had been just 11 days since Carly's body was discovered in the bay, and he was already targeting another victim during a search of the house. Investigators uncovered numerous items linked to his criminal activities. Notebooks revealed details of 200 fake identities Gary used to communicate with underage girls. Evidence also indicated that he had been engaging in these predatory actions for a long time. One particularly chilling note read, "Rest in peace, Carly Ryan." Police also found sand from Port Elliot on Gary's shoes. Unfortunately, by the time of his arrest, he had already deleted many messages from his profile, and most of the messages between him and Carly were lost. However, recordings of phone calls with Carly were recovered from his computer, including conversations where he pretended to be Brandon. The last exchange between he and she took place shortly before her death, during which they arranged to meet on the 19th, when experts compared Gary's DNA to samples found on Carly's clothing. They determined that the samples matched. This proves that he had contact with her and was at the beach on the day of the murder, even though the evidence is very clear. He maintained his innocence. He tried to blame his adopted son. However, the boy gave a completely different account. accusing Gary of being responsible for everything. As a result, both were arrested. Their trial lasted nearly 3 years. Throughout the trial, Gary continued to deny his guilt, as he had been doing for months. He shifted the blame to his son, insulted him, and accused him of lying. He also claimed that the authorities and the media had conspired against him. While in prison, he wrote several letters to his relatives, asking them to help him and support his alibi. However, instead of helping him, his family reported his requests to the police until the trial ends. Carly's identity remains absolutely secret. The only publicly known details were about her personality. Initially, the media portrayed her as a troubled teenager, and it was reported that she had wanted a relationship with an older man. This information caused the case to receive nationwide attention. The first court hearing occurred on October 20, 2009, at the Supreme Court of South Australia. Just before the trial began, Justice Trish Kelly declared that evidence, such as conversations between Gary and other teenage girls, would not be admissible. She would only admit evidence that was directly relevant to Carly's case. The prosecution argued that Gary and his adopted son jointly managed the profiles of Brandon and Shane. However, the son's defense claimed he merely helped his father cover up the crime. For a long time, Gary and his legal team tried to shift all blame for Carly's death onto his adopted son. However, during a court appearance in January 2010, he shocked everyone by changing his stance. He claimed neither he nor his son was responsible for her death. He asserted that he never had feelings for Carly and describes their relationship as similar to that between a stepfather and daughter. Furthermore, Gary says that he has no feelings for anyone, as he is asexual, meaning he is not interested in intimacy. However, this was only his testimony in court, according to Gary. The only person who had feelings for Carly was his adopted son. Gary claims he pretended to be Shane. While his adopted son played the role of Brandon, he explained that he had been obsessed with social media for a long time, which he attributed to his bipolar disorder and obsessive-compulsive disorder. He stated that he fabricated the situation as part of a study, which he intended to use for writing a book about social media manipulation. Although he denies causing Carly's death, he admits to taking her away from her home to explain his actions. Gary said that Carly and his adopted son had attended a party in town, and only then did he meet them. Finally, he and his son returned home. Leaving Carly alone on the beach, he hoped that this testimony would have his charges reduced to manslaughter, suggesting that Carly had harmed herself. However, the jury did not accept this testimony. As a result, Gary Francis Newman was convicted of Carly's murder on January 21, 2012. A judge sentenced Gary to life in prison without the possibility of parole until he had served 29 years. All charges against his adopted son, who was a minor at the time, were dropped. The son's identity was never revealed. Following the trial, Sonia Coe founded the Carly Ryan Foundation, a nonprofit focused on promoting online safety following the tragic loss of her daughter Carly. Her goal was not to stop young people from using the internet, but to ensure they could do so safely over time. The foundation's efforts led to the introduction of a new law addressing grooming and cyber crimes, particularly cases where offenders concealed their age and identity. Sonia regularly gives educational presentations to schools in Australia and New Zealand. She is a symbol of resilience for many families, and always try our best to prevent similar situations from happening again. The case of Jennifer Faith. Jamie and Jennifer Faith were a happy and cheerful couple at the time they met. Jennifer had an 8-year-old daughter named Amber from her first marriage in 2012. Jamie and Jennifer married, and when Amber turned 18, Jamie adopted her. The three lived in Arizona until 2017, when Jamie was promoted and they moved to Dallas. Jamie worked as a manager at American Airlines, while Jennifer, who had a medical degree, worked as a manager at a hospital. On October 9, 2020. An event occurred that forever changed their seemingly happy lives. At 7:30 a.m., Jamie and Jennifer, as usual, took their dog Maggie for a morning walk. A security camera near the front door recorded them leaving. Just a few seconds later, an explosion rang out. An unknown man wearing a blue mask attacked Jamie with a gun. Jamie fell to the ground and died on the spot. The attacker then approached Jennifer, tied her hands with duct tape, and tried to steal her jewelry. Unsuccessful. He jumped into a nearby car and fled the scene. Jennifer was largely uninjured. Her neighbor, Melinda, heard the explosion outside and quickly called 911 to report the situation. When the police arrived, they interviewed Jennifer. She gave a description of the attacker and mentioned that the family had 3 dogs and that they walked them 3 to 4 times a day. The police began canvassing the neighborhood, speaking to residents for potential witnesses. People who knew Jamie Faith described him as a cheerful and kind person, saying he had no enemies. Jennifer's 2 neighbors, Shimona Jackson and his wife, Melissa Gonzalez, said they had known Jennifer's family for years. They maintained good communication and friendship, often inviting each other over to visit. Jennifer even let her neighbors use their backyard pool when she wasn't home. Neighbors described Jennifer as having a great sense of humor, noting that they never heard her swear or raise her voice. They also observed that Jamie and Jennifer had a loving relationship and rarely argued. A neighbor shared a surveillance video that captured a man wearing a blue mask just before he began attacking Jamie. Other cameras captured the suspect fleeing from a vehicle identified as a black Nissan Titan pickup, although the camera failed to record the license plate. The police did notice a key detail. There was a white letter T on the rear driver's side window. This provided the police with a valuable lead after her husband's death. Jennifer received an outpouring of sympathy, with even strangers offering to help. A local women's club, supported by the church, has been providing free meals for Jennifer and her daughter for weeks. Jennifer requested vegan meals. A fundraising page was set up on a charity website to seek financial help for Jennifer and her children during this difficult time. In a short period, she raised about $60. Jennifer organized 2 funerals for her husband, one in Dallas and one in Phoenix. In December 2020, 2 months after her husband's death, she gave a brief interview to a local television station, overwhelmed with grief. Jennifer urged the police and the public to find the person responsible for her husband's death. She expressed hope that the perpetrator would eventually understand the severity of their actions and come forward. The police are actively investigating the case. Examining Jennifer's background and her cell phone, they found a text message from April 2020, 6 months before the tragedy, in which Jennifer told a friend that she was rekindling her relationship with her ex-boyfriend, Darren. The police also discovered a contact number for Darren Lopez on Jennifer's phone. It was clear that Jennifer and Darren had known each other since high school and had started dating again in early 2020. Darren, 49, is a retired veteran who suffered a traumatic brain injury while serving in Iraq and is currently receiving disability benefits. He also struggles with post-traumatic stress disorder, which leads to frequent bouts of anger. Since 2015, Darren has lived in Tennessee with his wife and 3 daughters. In December 2019, his wife filed for divorce, leaving Darren feeling depressed. He was struggling financially, dealing with multiple loans and debts, and worried about losing his home in the impending divorce. To cope, Darren began reconnecting with old friends on social media. One of the first people he contacted was Jennifer Faith, an old girlfriend from high school and college. In 2020, they rekindled their romance through correspondence. Police discovered that Darren owned a 20-acre lot in Tennessee and a black Nissan Titan pickup truck, which matched the vehicle used by the suspect who fled the crime scene. Dallas police shared this information with the Tennessee police, who then set up aerial surveillance of Darren's home. They spotted a black Nissan Titan pickup truck with a white T sticker on the rear driver's side window. Police did not immediately arrest or question Darren. Instead, they continued to monitor him To gather more information, they checked his background, financial records, transactions, and phone logs. Police discovered that Darren had been in frequent contact with Jennifer, sometimes sending as many as 500 text messages a day. However, starting around noon on October 8, the day before Jamie died, Jennifer stopped all contact for about 28 hours. During this time, Darren told his daughters that he was leaving town to go hunting for a few days. Bank card records show that he went to a gas station near his home before heading to Jennifer's house. Surveillance cameras captured Darren at a convenience store and gas station on his way to Jennifer's house. Footage from a gas station in Arkansas showed him wearing a blue mask. The next day, at 2 a.m., GPS data indicated that Darren went to Jennifer's house. He was also seen on surveillance cameras at a vacant house next door, where he stayed for about 5 hours until 7:30 a.m., when Jamie went out to walk her dog and was murdered. After the incident, he drove back to Tennessee on January 11, 2021, 3 months after the murder. Darren was arrested while walking his dog near his home. He appeared nervous and denied any involvement in Jamie Faith's death. However, police found a blue mask in his pickup truck. He was taken to a local jail, and during a search of his home, officers discovered a .45 caliber handgun, which was the weapon used to kill Faith. They also found Jennifer's credit card. Darren Lopez was charged with the murder of Jamie Faith and was transferred to the Dallas County Jail. Police decided to check on Jennifer, who was unaware that Darren had been arrested. During questioning, Jennifer denied having a romantic relationship with Darren, but admitted that they communicated daily. Over the past 6 months, they had exchanged approximately 116 text messages, indicating that they communicated almost constantly. To keep their interactions secret from her husband, Jennifer deleted all text messages and calls from her phone, but some messages remained. Their conversations covered a wide range of topics. Police soon discovered that Jennifer had sent Darren a text message asking him to remove the T sticker from the back window of his pickup truck. Darren later responded he had removed it 2 months after Jamie's death. Jennifer informed Darren that she had not received the $629 life insurance payout for Jamie. She explained to Darren that they had not yet reviewed her claim because the police had said she was a suspect. Jennifer then called the police to express her frustration at not being informed about the investigation and for not being removed from the suspect list. Meanwhile, she continued to communicate with Darren and began supporting him financially by sending him money and expensive gifts. After her husband's death, Jennifer also created a profile on a charity website seeking financial support for herself and her daughter. She raised $60 and spent it all within 2 months. Police tracked her finances and discovered that she had wired money to Darren, paid for his plane tickets, and allowed him to use her credit cards. Jennifer did her best to support Darren even after his arrest. She continued to express her love for him and pledged to always be there for him, no matter the circumstances. On February 24, 2021, Jennifer was arrested and charged with obstruction of justice in connection with her husband Jamie Faith's case. She was taken to the Dallas County Jail, where she pleaded not guilty. At this point, she was no longer able to interfere with the investigation or delete messages from her devices. Police searched Jennifer's home and seized her computer, where they discovered a series of emails sent from Jamie's account. The emails contained detailed accounts of Jamie abusing Jennifer. Some of these messages included photos showing her bruises and injuries. However, what surprised the police was that these emails continued to be sent to Darren. Police soon discovered that these emails were part of a carefully planned plot. Jennifer had created fake emails to make people think that she was being abused by her husband. She sent these messages to Darren to convince him of her plight. She also fabricated another email that appeared to be from a friend who claimed to know about Jennifer's abuse and urged Darren to help her upon learning of these emails. Darren decided to rescue Jennifer in September 2021, 7 months after her arrest. Jennifer was charged in connection with the death of her husband Jamie and faced the death penalty. What made Jennifer want her husband dead? On the surface, she seemed to have the perfect life, a loving husband who provided financial security and a comfortable home for her. On February 7, 2022, Jennifer Faith appeared in court and admitted to deceiving Darren Lopez by sending him emails from her late husband's account to manipulate him. In exchange for Jennifer's guilty plea, prosecutors agreed not to seek the death penalty for her. Jamie's relatives did not attend the hearing, the family home was sold, and daughter Amber, along with the dog Maggie, moved out of Texas. Amber maintained contact with her mother, calling her twice a week. After Jennifer's confession, Darren forward and admitted that he was the one who killed Jennifer's husband, Jamie. He explained that he had a good family, but after returning from Iraq, he began communicating with Jennifer, which ultimately led to the tragic incident. Jennifer and Darren dated in high school, but broke up. They rekindled their romance in 2020. Communicating mostly over the phone without ever meeting in person, Darren revealed that the decision to deal with Jamie was actually Jennifer's idea, and he felt manipulated by her. On June 21, 2022, Jennifer Faith was convicted of murdering Jamie Faith and sentenced to life in prison. She was also ordered to pay $6.5 for Jamie's funeral expenses and a $250 fine. Meanwhile, the fundraising campaign to support Jennifer Faith's family returned all of the money to the original donors. Darren Lopez confessed to killing Jamie Faith. He was convicted at trial and sentenced to 62 years in prison. The case of Lynette Wilshing. The case rate of women's murder in South Africa is 5 times higher than the global average, according to Statistics South Africa 2018. In recent years, increasing academic attention has focused on media reports that such cases are predominantly violent in nature in terms of physical abuse. Let's focus on Lynette Wilshing, a 32-year-old woman from a small town in South Africa. After completing her education, she moved to the capital city. Lynette had a passion for nature, often enjoying walks and visits to local parks. She was a kind and friendly person who loved to draw. She had a small circle of friends. They recognized her as a talented, educated, and open individual. For the 5 years leading up to the tragedy, Lynette lived in a 10th-floor apartment in a residential complex in the Belleville suburb of Cape Town. Suddenly, on August 21, 2019, she failed to show up for work at an engineering firm, which raised immediate concern among her management and colleagues. They attempted to contact her through phone calls and social media, but Lynette did not respond to any of their efforts. This was unusual behavior for her, as she had been a dedicated employee for a long time after that event. Her colleagues noted that Lynette had recently been less active on social media and instant messengers, making her silence even more suspicious, despite some concerns. No one checked on Lynette, assuming she was dealing with an urgent matter or was unwell. Everyone was just waiting for updates from her. However, Lynette will never return to work. On August 22, her younger sister, Crystal, attempted to call Lynette for the second consecutive day, but received no answer. Worried, Crystal went to Lynette's apartment building to investigate. As she approached the front door, she heard strange noises and rustling coming from inside. Thinking Lynette might be home, Crystal rang the doorbell. A man she didn't recognize answered the door. He wearing rubber gloves and surrounded by a strong smell of cleaning products. Confused, Crystal asked about the stranger's presence. He didn't introduce himself, but calmly explained that Lynette had hired him to do some cleaning, and he had already been paid. He claimed he needed to leave, but would come back later. Crystal found this explanation suspicious, especially because of the dark stains on the man's jumpsuit and the overall condition of the apartment. As Crystal quickly looked around the room, she spotted suspicious brown marks on the walls and floor that looked like dried blood, similar to the stains on the stranger's suit. The man tried to mislead her by claiming that Lynette had been arrested for banned substance possession, which was hard to believe since Lynette had never used them. When the man attempted to leave, Crystal was determined to stop him. She stood in the doorway, making noise and calling for the police. Neighbors drawn by her shouts. They went out and were also shocked at what was about to happen when the police arrived. They immediately entered the apartment. The marks on the walls and floor were indeed bloody. Much of the kitchen and hallway had been cleaned, and a strong smell of cleaning products filled the air. Large patches of dried body fluids were visible on the floors in every room, suggesting a crime had occurred. This suspicion was confirmed when the detectives checked the bathroom and found body parts. With some already packed into large garbage bags, the man cleaned the apartment was identified as Kyle Reuters, a neighbor from the floor below. He was quickly detained, and the clothes he wore while cleaning were taken as evidence. Kyle was handcuffed and taken to jail. The detectives thought they had found the killer in the act, but they still needed to confirm his connection to the crime and gather more evidence against him. The police spoke with Crystal, who confirmed that she had not been able to reach Lynette since August 21. She mentioned that she had gone to check on her sister, but instead was greeted by a stranger who opened the door for her. Kyle was born in Johannesburg, but his biological parents abandoned him shortly after birth. They struggled with banned substance addiction and did not care for their child's well-being when it became clear that living with them was unsafe for the infant. He was placed in the care of his grandmother. However, she was unable to fully take care of him, so he was then entrusted to his aunt, Teresa. She raised him as her own son and moved him to Cape Town, where they lived on the 9th floor of a residential complex that Lynette would later also move into. Kyle lived with his aunt for over 10 years. Teresa had a successful career in the Bar Association, specializing in criminal law, and worked hard to provide for and raise her nephew. Kyle attended Weinberg High School for Boys, a well-known and prestigious school, recognized as one of the best in the area. During his time there, he faced bullying from his classmates, which only stopped when he began playing sports and learned to defend himself. Kyle had a hard time finding a girlfriend and faced challenges in his relationships, but his struggles were not due to his looks. He participated in sports and was a member of the hockey team, and he was actually quite attractive. However, girls tended to avoid him because of his unusual personality. In high school, he struggled academically, but his success in sports helped him gain admission to university in 2016. When he was 21, his friends described him as cheerful and goal-oriented, always working hard to achieve his objectives. From November 1, 2018 to the end of June 2019, Kyle worked at a Christian bookstore in a shopping center. His colleagues found him to be friendly and sociable, always willing to help others, and knowledgeable about his work. The police quickly pieced together the events that led to a tragedy. As they questioned possible witnesses, they learned that around 5 p.m. on August 20, a loud scream came from Lynette's apartment, which sounded like someone was calling for help. Unfortunately, no one responded to the cry. Neighbors noticed that a few weeks before discovered the body. Kyle began to act strangely. He was frequently seen lingering on the landing, where he could watch his neighbor's front door for extended periods. He avoided interactions with other residents of the apartment complex, and when asked what he was doing, he gave vague answers and quickly left. At that time, no one suspected his malicious intentions, but it became apparent that he had been stalking a potential victim. Investigations showed that Kyle was closely monitoring Lynette, studying her work schedule and daily routine, and taking note of when she woke up, went to bed, and visited the store. On August 20, Kyle decided to carry out his violent plan. He waited for Lynette to return home from the grocery store around 5 p.m. She was busy with heavy bags and didn't immediately lock her door after entering. Knowing this, Kyle seized the opportunity and entered her apartment without her noticing. Once Lynette reached the kitchen and placed her groceries on the table, she turned around to find an intruder standing behind her. Kyle then suddenly attacked her. Lynette wrestled to fight back. Surprising Kyle with her strength, however, he grabbed one of her kitchen knives and began to attack her. Realizing her life was in danger, Lynette continued to resist and cried out for help. Unfortunately, after a while, Kyle delivered several fatal blows. Silencing her cries, the neighbors paid little attention to her screams. Other residents of the building confirmed that, alongside her scream, they also heard odd thuds coming from her apartment that day. These sounds were akin to dull blows from a hammer, but in reality, they were the noises of him moving and dismembering her body. Kyle dragged Lynette into the bathroom and began cutting her. Neighbors heard these sounds, but ignored them. Believing they were just home repairs, forensic experts later found numerous defensive wounds on her hands. He inflicted multiple stab wounds to her neck, causing her to lose consciousness and eventually bleed to death. Kyle's plan was not finished. He knew he had to dispose of the body and conceal the crime. The killer decided the best method was to dispose of the parts in various locations around the city. Evidence supporting this plan was discovered in Lynette's apartment, in the bathroom. Investigators found many black bags and a handsaw. They also located a knife that was confirmed to be the murder weapon. Teresa was away from home during this time, so Kyle had planned the event. This allowed him to calmly handle the body on the day of the murder. He separated the victim's head, arms, and legs, and cut the torso into smaller pieces to make it easier to transport from the apartment complex. In total, he used 9 bags for the remains. He stored some of the remains in a refrigerator found in Lynette's room and moved other parts to his apartment on the 9th floor over several trips. After this exhausting task, he went to bed around 10 p.m. that same night. In the morning, Kyle visited the nearest hardware store. There, he purchased gloves, cleaning supplies, and a jumpsuit. Afterward, returned to the apartment of Lynette. His first action was to dispose of Lynette's head. He placed the head in a small backpack and left the apartment to take a short walk in the nearby park. Discarded this backpack into the bushes, however. Kyle was captured on numerous surveillance cameras, making him easy to track. The backpack was found only about 400 meters away from the apartment. To clean up, Kyle used towels to wipe the body fluids and threw them into a trash can at the apartment complex, where they were quickly discovered. During this time, neighbors noticed him carrying a cooler bag while he was outside. The killer returned by a different route, apparently to confuse the tracks, but his movements were too obvious. The worst mistake he made was opening the door to Crystal. It's hard to understand why he chose to confront her while wearing a body fluid-stained cleaning suit, especially given that her sister was missing. When the police arrived at the scene, they were already familiar with this apartment building just 2 months before the murder. A 65-year-old man named Anthony Mary was found dead there. During the investigation, detectives discovered that the attacker had entered through a back exit meant for fire evacuations. Anthony had been tied to a chair, but no suspects were identified in that case. Suspicion began to grow that Anthony's death was part of a series of violent events, including Lynette's murder. This news deeply shocked the residents of the apartment building, especially Aunt Teresa. She initially couldn't believe her nephew could be involved in such acts. However, after examining the case details, she came to the troubling realization that Kyle was indeed the perpetrator. Teresa became increasingly worried about the media attention. Journalists frequented her home, seeking information about the incident despite their persistence. She declined to comment and even threatened to sue several television stations that had taken her photograph. She regarded this behavior as a threat, requested restrictions on the use of her photo and images of Kyle. However, this was not achieved, as the police were required to notify local residents about these crimes, including by providing photographs. When Kyle arrived at the trial, the crowd attacked with insults and threats. Despite this, he remained calm, showing no emotions on his face. During the hearing, the investigators was confirmed that he had no prior convictions or legal issues. The judge permitted photographs to be taken of him, as he was clearly implicated in the murder. After this, the trial was postponed due to the fact that not all the examinations were ready. because Lynette's family struggled with the bitterness of loss and could not attend the trial for some time. Meanwhile, the authorities, following the lawyer's instructions, seriously considered allowing bail so Kyle could be placed under house arrest until the trial began. This sparked significant outrage, as the crime was seen as an extreme act of cruelty. Driven by a desire to kill and unprovoked aggression, Kyle clearly posed a danger to society. On September 7, a funeral was held to honor Lynette. Many friends, family members, and colleagues who had close relationships with her attended the ceremony. At this time, investigators were busy gathering evidence, including a significant amount of DNA found at the crime scene. However, the onset of the 2020 pandemic caused extensive delays and complications within the judicial system during this time. Kyle's legal representation changed, and he was subjected to a psychiatric evaluation. Psychiatrists who interacted with him determined that, despite some mental health issues, he was fully capable of standing trial. They noted his manipulative behavior, frequent lies, and inconsistent statements. Overall, he is regarded as a highly dangerous individual. Despite this assessment, Kyle's new defense attorney requested a second psychiatric evaluation, arguing that the initial examination was flawed and claiming that Kyle was insane and required treatment rather than imprisonment. Kyle was supposed to be placed in a hospital, but due to issues with lockdowns and a high number of patients, the process was delayed for 12 months. Once the lockdown was lifted, things progressed more quickly. However, the examination didn't begin until 3 months later. Kyle was provided with a ward, and a 30-day observation began. Unfortunately, this observation extended to 2 months. It wasn't until February 2021 that Kyle was deemed sane and ready to face a jury, although 2 psychiatric reports had confirmed his sanity. The defense lawyer requested an examination by an independent expert. The defense aimed to highlight Kyle's psychological issues that contributed to his crime. The court approved this request, causing further delays. While waiting for the hearing, Kyle was moved to another prison, where he was also found to be sane. The prosecution's witness list included nearly 60 people, primarily neighbors who observed Kyle following the victim. The investigators was confirmed that he not only murdered a defenseless woman, but also faced charges for desecrating her body by dismembering it. Meanwhile, there was no evidence to support claims of abuse. During a search of Kyle's room, authorities found about 10 South African rand, which he had attempted to use to cover up the massacre. He also misused Lynette's personal belongings, which constituted theft. The trial commenced on May 9, 2023. Initially, Kyle persistently denied his guilt, despite the overwhelming evidence against him. The prosecution offered a plea deal. They proposed that he plead guilty to first-degree murder, desecration of a body, and attempts to obstruct justice. In return, he would be exempt from charges related to theft and the creation and possession of counterfeit money. Final. Kyle accepted the deal. In the plea agreement, Kyle described in detail the massacre of Lynette's murder. According to him, he did not know Lynette and had only crossed paths with her a few times, but this was enough for him to target her and choose her as his first victim. He could not explain why he was guided at that moment. He simply had a thirst for violence and found a convenient victim living nearby. Kyle had been planning this attack for a long time. Therefore, he watched Lynette, tracked her down, and analyzed her behavior. Kyle wanted to act as effectively as possible, so he familiarized himself in detail with a number of cases in which killers had successfully hidden from the police for a long time. He tried to understand and take into account their experiences to avoid mistakes in disposing of bodies. However, it did not help him. He didn't even take into account how many cameras recorded almost every action of his. Then Kyle claimed that the murder was not an act of cruelty. According to him, in 2019, he experienced serious difficulties with substance addiction. he owed his dealer a large sum of money, about 30 South African rand. So he was looking for a way to solve his financial problems. Specifically, he printed counterfeit banknotes, but realized that he would have even more problems when the deception was revealed. So, Kyle decided to kill someone and sell her expensive property to cover his debt. The prosecution insisted that it was a carefully planned, cold-blooded murder. Nevertheless, the defendant maintained that his main goal was the keys to the car Lynette owned, which he was going to sell. He regretted what happened, calling it a misunderstanding, referring to the fact that the robbery did not go according to plan. Based on these facts, the court decided that Kyle could be considered a particularly dangerous criminal. The reason is that for Kyle to be recognized as a particularly dangerous criminal, he must undergo a second psychiatric examination. With 30 days of monitoring, there were rumors that during his imprisonment awaiting trial, Kyle became a member of one of the dangerous prison gangs called 28, and he even had a corresponding tattoo on the inside of his wrist. However, he himself denied his initiation into the group. He claimed that at the time of the attack, he was under the influence of banned substance, which gave him courage and strength. According to him, he became addicted to substances because his parents were addicts. By November 2023, a report from a psychiatrist was ready. Accordingly, which Kyle Reuters was designated an especially dangerous criminal, according to experts. He lied about remorse for the murder. And reality, he did not regret what he had done. He even addressed the family of Lynette with an apology. But everyone thought that Kyle was doing this only to soften the sentence. After 4 years and 3 months since the brutal massacre, Kyle Reuters finally received a life sentence for the murders. Another 15 years were added to the term for desecration of the body and 5 for attempting to falsify evidence. The prosecution insisted that the case materials and Kyle's dossier include photographs from the scene of the massacre. The prosecutor's office believed that this would allow all participants in the process to understand what kind of monster was really in front of them if he were to become eligible for parole. This evidence would likely save the commission from making a rash decision. In fact, there was every reason to believe that Kyle was very dangerous during the search of his apartment. Many books on criminal law and forensic examination were found. Of course, they could have belonged to Teresa, who worked as a criminal lawyer. Nevertheless, more disturbing evidence was found directly in Kyle's room, namely, several notebooks with his handwriting in them. He fantasized about abuses and numerous murders. The most frightening notebook contained the names of 19 women on its pages. He called himself a master of manipulation. Closely tracking all the movements and habits of his future victims, Kyle meticulously followed each item on his list, documenting the schedule, work hours, and even filming everything on video. It appeared he planned that all the women noted in Kyle's notebook were destined for the same fate as Lynette, including one woman who had previously rejected his advances, which led Kyle to hold a grudge against her. Fortunately, law enforcement apprehended him before he could act on his plans. The officers had no doubt about his intentions, as Kyle not only took detailed notes, but also outlined specific methods he intended to use against his victims on his laptop. Investigators discovered over 1 terabyte of disturbing content. Between April and August 2019, he visited numerous websites detailing chemicals that could induce unconsciousness or death. The forensic evidence also included accounts of notorious serial killings from criminal history. It was clear that Kyle was plotting a series of crimes and was meticulously preparing to evade capture. He showed particular interest in the actions of infamous serial killers like Ted Bundy, Jeffrey Dahmer, and Edmund Kemper, but he was especially fascinated by the Zodiac Killer, who had never been caught. On April 29, 2019, Kyle referred to himself as a charming psychopath and a smart serial killer. Fortunately, he was mistaken and did not have the opportunity to harm any other women. There is no evidence linking him to the murder of another resident, Anthony Morey. Kyle often fantasized about murdering women in his notebooks, which makes it unlikely that he intended to kill a man. However, cannot completely rule out the possibility, and Kyle remains the primary suspect in this case. The case of Molly Martins Corbett. On February 12, 1976, Jason Corbett was born in Limerick, Ireland. His family was very happy, and he was one of 8 children raised by his parents, Rita and John. Jason had a twin brother named Wayne. When his father lost his job, Jason quickly took a part-time job as a security guard at the school sports center. He was eager to earn extra money to support his family. Jason was loved by his family and respected by his friends. He was intelligent and easygoing. Jason met Margaret Fitzpatrick. They later got married and welcomed their first child in September 2004, a son named Jack. 2 years later, they had a daughter. Sarah, Margaret, and Jason lived happily together and raised their children together. However, their happy life took a tragic turn on November 21, 2006, just 3 months after Sarah was born. That night, Margaret woke up and felt an asthma attack begin. Previously, a nebulizer had helped her, but this time, the medication did not work. Jason rushed her to the hospital, but unfortunately, they lost precious time and did not arrive in time. Margaret passed away. Jason was extremely sad after losing his wife. He could not imagine how deep the grief was, especially when he was faced with the challenge of raising 2 young children alone. He felt as if he had lost everything, but he knew that his son and daughter were waiting for him at home. This realization forced him to be strong for them, instead of succumbing to despair. Jason tried to hold on for his children, which gave him the strength to continue. Jason's relatives tried their best to support him, although he appreciated their help. Jason did not want to be a burden to his family. He decided to hire a nanny in 2007. The first woman who came to help was Czech, but they had difficulty communicating and he had to let her go. He then hired a Spanish woman, but she did not speak English, which Jason had trouble with. In addition, both women were looking for temporary work, and Jason wanted to find someone more stable. He needed a long-term nanny who could be a part of his children's lives and provide reliable support for the family. After careful consideration, Jason concluded that hiring an English-speaking nanny who was looking for permanent employment would be the best solution. In early February 2008, he received an email from Molly Martins Corbett, a 20-year-old woman. She attached a resume that was later found to contain false information. Molly claimed to have graduated from Clemson University. Although she had actually dropped out, she also claimed that she had passed a test and was licensed to be a foster parent, which was also not true. Molly had a tendency to lie frequently and was often caught in the act. However, Jason did not know this and believed that he had found the right person. Molly agreed to move to Ireland to care for Sarah and Jack. She lived in Knoxville, Tennessee, and flew to Ireland on March 10, 2008. Things did not start well for Molly when she arrived at customs. She was refused entry because she had only purchased a one-way ticket. This caused complications with immigration because she could not confirm how long she would be staying or provide a special work visa. Eventually, he was able to resolve the issues and was allowed to enter the country. Jason asked a good friend of his to pick Molly up at the airport. The friend later said that when she first met Molly, she felt that the young woman might not be right for Jason. Molly was attractive and dressed very formally, almost as if she were competing for a beauty pageant rather than working. However, Sarah and Jack quickly got used to Molly and things seemed to go well. Molly looked after the children and Jason felt very comfortable. Over time, Molly and Jason developed a closer relationship and Jason began to ask her out on dates. However, it is important to mention Molly's American boyfriend, Keith. They were together for years until Molly decided to work in Ireland. Her ex-boyfriend, Keith, claimed that they had not officially broken up before she moved. He also alleged that Molly had mental health issues and had just been released from a psychiatric hospital, according to Keith. She was not in a position to move to another country and look after children who had lost their mother. Molly had told Keith that she would be staying in Ireland temporarily, which was strange because she had told Jason that she wanted to be a housekeeper for a long time. After 2 weeks in Ireland, Molly informed Keith that she would not be returning. The news devastated him. Keith felt betrayed. It seemed that Molly had made a firm decision to cut Keith out of her life, which hurt him deeply. Jason felt reassured that Molly was getting along with his children and that everything seemed to be going well. The children were growing attached to Molly, and everything seemed fine. However, Tracy, Jason's sister, realized that Molly had some suspicious points. Molly did not want to discuss her past in America, no matter how they asked. She always answered vaguely, as if she was hiding the truth. The couple's relationship progressed quickly, but Jason emailed Molly and asked her to return to house for a while. He expressed in the email that he felt their relationship was moving too fast and admitted that he was not ready for a second marriage. This upset Molly, and she responded with some harsh words. In the end, they decided to stay together, but Jason wanted Molly to find another apartment and a new job. Molly agreed to this, but in the end, she never moved out and continued to live in Jason's house. One day, she expressed that she no longer wanted to live in the house where his ex-wife Margaret used to live. After much persuasion, Jason agreed and sold the house. On Valentine's Day, 2010, he proposed to Molly. He truly loved her, and, most importantly, he was sure that the children loved her too. The couple got engaged, and their life together became lively and joyful. Eventually, Molly said that she missed her homeland and wanted to leave Ireland, suggesting that the family moved to the United States. Jason's family then moved to North Carolina, where they bought a house. The wedding took place on June 4, 2011, in Nishi. Molly's father, Thomas Martins, escorted her down the aisle, while Jack and Sarah carried the ring and flowers. The photos taken that day capture the joyful atmosphere. However, there are some important details to consider. Molly claimed to her friends that she and Margaret were friends before Margaret's death. This is not true, as Margaret died in 2006, and Molly did not know Jason or his wife before that. Molly's tendency to spread misinformation is worrying. During the wedding, she also threw a tantrum over the McDonald's food Jason's nephew was eating. The boy had food allergies and could not eat from the communal table. One of the guests noticed this, went to McDonald's and bought the child some snacks. This angered Molly, who reacted violently and lost her temper several times. Years later, Jason's family still lives in North Carolina, and the kids call Molly Mommy. Molly works part-time as a swim instructor and spends most of her free time at home with the kids. Meanwhile, Jason works long hours as a manager at a packaging plant. The couple has made many new friends, and Jason is well liked for his kindness and friendliness. He is often seen chatting with neighbors or hanging out with friends, although things seem to be going well for them. There are actually some underlying problems in their marriage. One of the biggest problems is that Molly wants to adopt a child, but Jason is against the idea. He refuses his wife's request, not out of anger, but perhaps because he doubts the longevity of their relationship over time. Jason begins to seriously consider divorce and the possibility of moving back to Ireland with his son and daughter. Realizing that their relationship is not healthy, Jason hid the children's passports. Worried that she might take them away, Molly sought legal advice about her parental rights in the event of a divorce. As she was not the biological mother of their children, Molly then deliberately made a recording. On the advice of her lawyer during their argument, the recording was intended to prove that Jason was a bad or even abusive father, which would aid Molly's efforts to gain custody of Sarah and Jack to gather evidence. Molly secretly placed recording devices around the house to record Jason during one of his tantrums. As a result, she was left with audio files that portrayed him in a negative light. During one dinner, Molly deliberately provoked Jason, causing him to lose his temper while she accused him of ignoring her and refusing to listen. This argument was recorded in front of their children, making Jason appear to be an abusive husband and father. On the morning of August 2, Molly's parents, Thomas and Sharon, traveled to North Carolina to visit family. They arrived late at 8:30 p.m. Just in time for dinner, they planned to give the children the gifts they had prepared the following morning. This was especially meaningful for Jack, who would receive a baseball bat, while Sarah would receive a tennis racket after dinner. Thomas and Sharon went to the guest bedroom in the basement, while Jason and Molly went to the master bedroom on the first floor. The children went to their room on the second floor, according to Molly. Sarah woke her up at 3 a.m. after having a nightmare. Molly then took Sarah to her room and covered her with a blanket. However, when Molly returned, Jason was awake and very angry. Apparently because he had been disturbed in the middle of the night, his anger caused a fight. Shortly after the fight allegedly began, Thomas heard strange noises coming from his daughter Molly's bedroom. Worried, he grabbed a baseball bat and entered the room. When he opened the door, he found Jason holding Molly by the neck. When he recognized Thomas, Jason grabbed Molly by the neck, dragging her into the bathroom. While threatening to kill her, Thomas begged Jason to let her go. But when he realized his pleas were in vain, he charged at Jason and knocked him to the ground after being beaten. Jason continued to strangle Molly. Thomas continued to beat Jason. Jason then released Molly to grab the bat and tried to pull it away. A struggle ensued, and Jason pushed Thomas, causing him to fall to the floor. Jason tried to grab the bat, and at that moment, Molly shouted angrily at Jason not to hurt her father, fearing that Jason might kill her father. Molly picked up a brick from the nightstand and smashed it into Jason's head. Molly and her father took turns attacking Jason until they realized he was dead. Thomas then called the police to report the incident. Thomas told the police that Jason had been fighting with his wife, and Thomas had intervened. Now, Jason was in dire need of help. When the police and ambulance arrived at the scene, they found that the incident was much more brutal than self-defense. Jason had many serious injuries on his body. Thomas and Molly claimed that they had killed Jason to ensure that he no longer posed a threat. However, considering the severity of Jason's injuries, it appears that some of them occurred when Jason was no longer a threat. Fortunately, the children were asleep and did not hear the noise. The police removed them from the chaotic scene and placed them in a patrol car. One of the officers reported that when they found Molly, she was crying loudly but had no tears. She was rubbing her neck and said that her neck hurt because Jason had tried to strangle her, aside from a small red mark on her throat. Molly had no other injuries, and neither did Thomas. Although he claimed that they had gotten into a violent fight over a baseball bat, Molly and Thomas were taken to the police station to give formal statements. Molly claimed that she and her father killed Jason in self-defense because he had attacked her. She explained that he had been drinking heavily that day and was angry when he was woken up in the night. Molly could not recall specific details after the initial brick attack, but insisted that everything she and her father did was in self-defense. She also claimed that she had been abused by her husband for years, but kept quiet for fear of losing custody of her children. The investigation found no evidence of physical abuse against Molly during her stay with Jason. Recordings from Molly showed that Jason had a bad temper, but he could not be considered cruel to his wife. Thomas's testimony was consistent with his daughter's. He also noted that Jason had been drunk that night. Thomas also claimed that Jason's first wife had died under suspicious circumstances, which was completely false and insulting. In fact, Jason's first wife had died of an asthma attack, as confirmed by medical experts. When Tracy heard about her brother Jason's death, she quickly flew to the United States to speak to the police. She expressed her belief that Molly may not have been completely truthful in her account, and the police shared her suspicions. Tracy confirmed that her brother had intended to divorce Molly and move back to Ireland with the children. This could have been a motive for the murder. On August 3, the day after Jason's death, an autopsy was performed. Medical experts found that Jason had died from blunt force trauma to the head, including multiple lacerations, abrasions, and bruises, along with severe skull fractures from blunt force trauma. The injuries were so severe that the medical examiner was unable to determine exactly how many times he had been hit, but it was clear that he had been hit at least 12 times. Then a shocking analysis by a toxicologist, Molly claimed that Jason had been drinking all day, but tests showed that his blood alcohol level was very low. What was particularly strange was that traces of antidepressants were found in his system. The medication had been prescribed to Molly just days before Jason's death. Additionally, Jason had recently told his doctor that he was experiencing sudden, unexplained anger, although this has not been confirmed. Jason's family members suspect that Molly may have given him his drugs during this time. The children were placed in temporary care of Molly's brother. However, on August 3, Jack and Sarah were brought in to speak to social workers. It is hoped that the children may provide insight into their parents' dysfunctional marriage. Jack and Sarah revealed that their father was always angry and even hurt Molly. Additionally, Jack revealed important information about a brick on the nightstand in the master bedroom that had not been there before. The police were surprised, but Molly explained that she and the children had planned to paint the brick and place it outside. Apparently, the family had an artistic agenda, and Molly had brought the brick into the house after it had rained. However, one has to wonder why she did not leave it in the hallway or by the door. Instead, it was in the bedroom, right next to the bed, which seemed odd. Shortly thereafter, Molly sought custody of Jack and Sarah, alleging that Tracy had attempted to kidnap the children. This request granted her temporary custody, however. The details of the alleged kidnapping were unclear. A hearing was held to resolve the matter, and custody was eventually awarded to Tracy and her husband. According to Jason's will, the conflict between Molly and Jason's family was extremely tense regarding the handling of Jason's remains. Molly wanted him cremated immediately, while Tracy wanted his body returned to Ireland for burial. Molly eventually agreed to the burial, but only if her sister paid for the entire funeral expenses. Jason's body was then returned to his homeland. Initially, Jason's family was very worried that Thomas and Molly would avoid responsibility, but they were arrested. On December 18, 2015, a grand jury indicted Thomas Martins and Molly Martins on charges of second-degree murder and negligent manslaughter. Neither of them admitted guilt. A joint trial was set for June 2017. Before the trial, Molly gave an interview to a television channel in which she reiterated her claims of Jason's abuse and asserted her innocence in his death. However, at this point, Jack and Sarah changed their original statements. They claimed that their father was not abusive and that they had been coerced into lying. This development further complicated the situation, as no testimony from the children was considered admissible in court, giving neither the prosecution nor the defense an advantage. Both sides presented forensic evidence in court, including crime scene photographs and medical evidence to prove that Jason had been brutally murdered. The prosecution pointed to Jason's $600 life insurance policy and pointed out that he had not formally adopted Molly, suggesting a strong motive for the crime. The defense portrayed Jason as a terrible person and a cruel husband. Molly chose not to speak in her defense, which may have worked in her favor. The trial lasted until August 9, 2017, and after 3 hours of deliberation, the jury found Molly Martins and Thomas Martins guilty and sentenced them to 20 to 25 years in prison. A week later, Thomas and Molly filed an appeal, arguing that the jury had acted improperly. Specifically, they pointed out that immediately after the trial, a juror had spoken to a member of the press, which they found unacceptable. On December 1, 2017, they filed an appeal to the North Carolina Supreme Court, and in early 2021, they were successful. Thomas and Molly were released on $200 bail and left the Davidson County Jail within an hour of each other following their release. There was reasonable speculation about a potential settlement, however. The father and daughter maintained their innocence. Their retrial in October 2023, Thomas Martins and Molly Martins entered into a plea agreement for manslaughter after their guilty pleas. Davidson Superior Court Judge David Hall sentenced Molly and Thomas to between 51 and 74 months in prison. They have already served 44 months, and each person will only spend 7 months in prison for good behavior. Jack and Sarah are now young adults. Their aunt, Tracy, and uncle, David, adopted them and moved to Ireland. With Tracy's guidance, Sarah wrote a series of children's books aimed at helping children cope with the loneliness of losing a loved one. Going through their parents' divorce, Jack has become a singer-songwriter and is also a keen rugby player. The case of Jenna Burley. Jenna Burley was born on November 4, 1994, in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, the state capital. Her parents, who had a strong marriage, met while studying at the University of Pennsylvania and have been together ever since. Jenna grew up in a loving environment from a large Catholic family. She loves animals and has a strong desire to help not only her younger siblings, but also others in need, which has motivated her to participate in various volunteer activities. Jenna is a kind, cheerful, and sociable girl. In August 2013, Jenna graduated from high school and chose to attend college in Florida. She was accepted to Temple University, where she quickly became involved in campus life. Jenna joined the women's community, fighting for girls' rights. For her, this was an exciting new chapter in her life. She maintained a close relationship with her family and visited them regularly during winter holidays. Enjoying skiing in her hometown, however, at the age of 19, she had a serious accident while skiing and broke her leg. The injury required surgery to install a pin and a brace. After several surgeries, Jenna tried her best to regain her mobility, but the recovery process was difficult. Eventually, Jenna decided to return to school. Complications arose that required her to be hospitalized. This was a difficult time for Jenna, as the previously active and energetic girl lost the ability to move on her own and was confined to a wheelchair. During this time, she became closer to her friends and family. She also started writing her own blog. In 2014, she published many articles that addressed many social issues and life in a positive way. Jenna aspired to be a designer or ecologist and shared her interests on social media. By 2015, she had realized her long-held dream of creating designer jewelry. She opened a small online store and donated 20% of her earnings to charity. After her trauma, Jenna struggled with her mental health, experiencing a significant depressive episode that led to a stay in a psychiatric hospital. During this time, she wrote about her battle with depression, anxiety, and attention deficit disorder on her blog. Determined not to waste her time recovering at her parents' house, she focused on her studies and graduated from a local college in Montgomery in 2015. Throughout this time, she kept in touch with friends and slowly began to heal. In the fall of 2017, Jenna returned to Temple University to study film and communications, a field she had previously dropped out of due to trauma. However, she transferred to the Philadelphia campus, a city known for its high crime rate. The only safe places were student dorms, and walking around the city after dark was dangerous. Despite the dangers, students often ignored curfews and enjoyed their free time like normal young people. Jenna worked in a store while pursuing her design interests. Unfortunately, she faced a number of setbacks, including a car accident during her first week of school. Fortunately, she suffered only minor injuries and did not require surgery. Her father came to help her with the car after the accident, which occurred on August 30, 2017. The next day, Jenna had some early morning classes, so she decided to stay in school. That Wednesday, her roommate, Davis Train, was throwing a birthday party for a friend. The party coincided with Wild Wednesday, a college tradition that the university community celebrates every week on Wednesdays. Students usually gather at local bars after class to enjoy the evening, since Jenna's father was visiting. He spent the evening at a restaurant with her before taking her to the party with her friends. It was Jenna's first Wild Wednesday, and she was excited to be a part of it. Jenna spent the evening with several classmates and went to several bars with them. The last place Jenna was seen that night was a sports bar, just a block away from the college campus. The small bar was packed with students. She was there with friends, including Davis. He left around midnight, but had planned to meet Jenna after she finished partying. However, she never showed up. Around 1 in the morning, as the bar was about to close, the group of drunk students began to disperse after returning home. Davis fell asleep while waiting for Jenna to call. When he woke up in the middle of the night and realized Jenna wasn't home, he began to worry. He rushed to his phone and saw several messages from Jenna, including one asking for help, which scared him. He quickly responded, but his message remained unread. Jenna did not return his calls, and since the bar was closed, he thought she might have returned to campus in a taxi. However, Jenna was still missing. He tried calling other students who had been with her that night, but most were either asleep or unaware of what had happened from the comments of his friends. Davis realized that Jenna was in danger on the streets of Philadelphia. Concerned, he decided to contact Jenna's parents. They understood the seriousness of the situation. Jenna's father began searching for her throughout the night, but unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. Around 9 a.m., the father went to the university's campus security services to ask for help in finding his daughter, Jenna, who had just started her first semester. Unfortunately, the staff was hesitant to take his concerns seriously. They were used to students going missing after a night of partying almost every week, and most of them returned home after sleeping at friends' houses. Concerned parents were advised to wait at least a day, hoping that their daughter would return on her own. Those 24 hours were a long time for Jenna's family. The father hoped that Jenna would come home, or at least call, but his phone remained silent. The next day, he contacted university security again. Officers finally responded to his report. Worried, they first reviewed the recordings from the campus surveillance cameras. They discovered that Jenna had not returned to her dorm that night. Officers began interviewing friends and acquaintances of Jenna's who had been with her at the bar. Through these conversations, they learned what she had been wearing on the night of her disappearance. It was clear that Jenna had disappeared off campus in an area not covered by university security. As a result, the police were brought in to assist in the case. They worked together to investigate the circumstances surrounding Jenna's disappearance. A text message Jenna sent to Davis was alarming. It said she needed help, but did not provide any specific details. The police quickly realized the seriousness of the situation and that they needed to act quickly. They began tracking the geolocation data of Jenna's cell phone. The last time it was active was at a bar around 2 a.m. When Jenna sent a text message to Davis, the police went to the bar to talk to the bartender. An employee recognized Jenna from a photo the police showed him. He reported that she had been sitting at a table until closing time after her friends left. She spent most of the time alone. Looking upset, it seemed like she was waiting for someone or hoping for a response to her text. As she kept checking her phone, unfortunately, it seemed she didn't get any messages. At around 1:30 a.m., a muscular stranger approached her, whispered something in her ear, and sat down at her desk. They drank and began talking. At 2 a.m., the bar closed, the stranger left, and Jenna followed him. The man had probably offered to help her, to give her a ride to school. Jenna probably felt like she had no choice but to accept. The bartender noticed that they were both quite drunk, but neither of them were aggressive or tried to force her to do anything. The bar's surveillance footage corroborated the bartender's story. The police spoke to other employees, and one bartender recognized the man as a regular named Joshua Huppaters. He even had Joshua's phone number. With this information, the police quickly called Joshua, who was likely the last person Jenna had contact with. However, he did not answer, so they left him a voicemail about the situation. The police wanted to speak to him directly, as he could provide important information about Jenna's whereabouts and was an important witness to the investigation. The police began searching for him to ask questions, checking all nearby hospitals and locations where Jenna might be, but she was nowhere to be found. Joshua eventually called the police back after receiving their voicemail. He apologized, explaining that he had slept most of the day after a night at the bar. He claimed that he had had too much to drink. He also did not remember whether he had been drinking alone or buying drinks for others. He did not remember who he spent time with that night. When questioned about Jenna, Joshua claimed that he did not know with Jenna. He tried to convince the police that he did not know who they were referring to. The bartender later confirmed that Joshua was not drunk enough to forget what happened in the bar. Although they had consumed quite a bit of alcohol, they were still on their feet and able to move around, making amnesia unlikely. Joshua buying drinks for Jenna suggests that he may have had an interest in her. Police discovered that he lived just a few minutes' walk from the bar. Police easily located the room he was renting, but had difficulty when Joshua would not open the door. They contacted the apartment owner, who quickly assisted the police by using her key to let them into the room Joshua was staying in. Upon entering the room, the police found Joshua's room to be quite messy, filled with all kinds of papers and documents. During the search, they found a pair of men's shoes with a drop of blood on the heel, along with a roll of toilet paper with a dark red stain that resembled blood. However, the police needed a search warrant to collect evidence for further investigation, so they had to leave the apartment and go to the police station to get the necessary warrant. Meanwhile, Joshua again did not answer the phone because the police lacked concrete evidence against him. Obtaining a warrant could take some time. Police began to suspect Joshua as the prime suspect in the case. During further investigation, police learned that Joshua was 29 years old and born on February 27, 1980. Joshua's father had been murdered in the Philadelphia suburbs, and the case remained unsolved given the circumstances. Joshua may have developed mental health issues. Family friends have mentioned that he struggled after his father's death. However, the police have more troubling suspicions about him. Joshua has a lengthy criminal record that includes drug dealing, alcohol-related offenses, theft, and drunk driving. However, there are no other incidents of violence or assault in his past. On September 1, a young man named Jack Miley contacted the police, claiming to be a friend of Joshua. He said that on August 30, he and Joshua had gone to a bar to meet girls. Jack left the bar at around 1 a.m. with other students and woke up at around 10 a.m. He immediately smelled a strong odor of cleaning products, which made him feel nauseous. Curious about the smell, he found Joshua in the kitchen, screaming on the floor while pouring bleach. Jack noticed a deep scratch on Joshua's neck and a large cut on his arm that looked like a stab wound. Joshua explained that he fell into a thorn bush while drunk and did not remember how he injured himself. At the time, Jack had no idea where Joshua's wound had actually come from. Joshua then went to the hospital to get stitches for the cut. The two young men later met, and Joshua said he was going to North Carolina to visit relatives. This struck Jack as strange, as although he had known Joshua for a long time, he had never heard of any relatives living in another state, and this sudden trip seemed suspicious. After Joshua left, Jack learned of Jenna's disappearance. At that moment, he realized that Joshua's injuries and the blood in the house could be related to Jenna's disappearance, prompting him to go to the police. Due to many inconsistencies in Jack's testimony, the police began to suspect that he was involved in Jenna's disappearance. He could indeed be involved in the case because he was at the same bar as Joshua and lived with him. Jack was asked by the police to contact Joshua and find out the truth about that night. However, Joshua continued to ignore his phone calls. After a few days, Joshua's phone finally worked, and he answered. He quickly denied Jack's story, saying that he was in South Philadelphia and had not yet arrived in North Carolina. He agreed to meet the police at the station, but unfortunately, he never showed up and disappeared again. To gather more information, FBI agents joined the investigation. They monitored the general area where Joshua had spoken to the police, locating him in the mountains of northeastern Pennsylvania. This indicated that he had been dishonest about his whereabouts. All evidence pointed to him being hiding something and possibly involved in Jenna's disappearance. Joshua was eventually found at his grandmother's house, which was located near a river high in the mountains. When the police arrived to speak with Joshua, he immediately claimed that he had spoken to the police. He had spoken to the police about Jenna at the university. He then went to his grandmother's house to rest. The police knew that he was on leave and had not been to the university for a long time, which indicated that he was lying during the conversation. The police noticed a stitch on his hand and a deep scratch on his neck. As Jack had mentioned, when asked how he had been injured, Joshua said that he had been injured while breaking a cereal bowl. However, the wounds were in areas that did not match his explanation, suggesting that he was not telling the truth. The police then took Joshua and his grandmother to the police station. During the examination, the police discovered deep cuts on his hands, some of which had been stitched up. Their suspicions, combined with inconsistencies in Joshua's testimony, led them to obtain a search warrant for his room near the school. Inside, they found broken plates, including a cereal plate, but no blood on them. In other areas of Joshua's room, they found suspicious, dark red stains, especially on the kitchen sink, trash can, and kitchen knife blade. It appeared that he had tried to clean up, but failed to do so completely. In addition, the police found a black hair tie. This was just the beginning of their disturbing discoveries. They discovered a large amount of illegal drugs, suggesting that Joshua was not just a regular dealer, but a major supplier to the entire university campus. The breakthrough came when they checked a trash can and found a blood-stained sweatshirt identical to the one Jenna had worn on her last outing. Joshua was eventually arrested the same day. Police then received new information. A man contacted the police and reported that Joshua had hired him to transport a large shipment for $200 cash. The informant noticed another man helping Joshua load a heavy plastic container into the trunk of his car. During the night, they drove about 150 kilometers from the city to Joshua's grandmother's house. When they got there, the driver assisted in unloading the plastic container, which Joshua claimed contained university textbooks. This struck the driver as odd. Joshua stated that he was transporting textbooks and clothes, and that his cousin had helped transport a container. Police were then contacted by a man named George Stobo. George went into the barn to check for snakes in the corner of the barn. He discovered a plastic container, which when opened, revealed the body of a dark-haired girl. George immediately called the police. Officers went to George's house and found Jenna's body. The body was in a terrible state, with 140 wounds that showed signs of brutal beatings. Police spoke to Joshua without revealing that they had discovered Jenna's body. He confirmed that he had moved the container to his grandmother's house, but did not admit to anything. He was nevertheless charged with murder, cruelty, and obstructing an investigation. Joshua still denies all charges against him. The medical examiner concluded that Jenna died from blunt force trauma to the head and strangulation. She had been severely beaten and repeatedly struck with a blunt object. Jenna also had a stab wound to her left hand and a deep cut to her right hand. Male bodily fluids were found on Jenna's body. Police later discovered surveillance footage that showed Jenna and Joshua entering the building, where he rented a room at 2:32 a.m. the next day. Joshua transported her body in a plastic bin. A witness reported hearing Jenna screaming from Joshua's room. These screams of pain lasted for several minutes before suddenly stopping, but no one called for help or intervened. The question is why Jack, who lived next door, did not hear the screams. Was he an accomplice to the crime, or was he too drunk to realize what had happened? The exact truth remains unclear, as Jack claims he was drunk and did not hear anything. Regardless, there is no evidence implicating him in the murder. The trial began in 2019. At this time, Forensic experts thoroughly examined Jenna's body and confirmed that there were male fluids on her body, indicating that she had been abused, however. Joshua claimed that their interaction was consensual. Joshua's lawyer insisted that Jack was the real culprit. However, Jack's sister testified, saying that her brother was completely unaware of the incident because he fell asleep after drinking, making it impossible for anyone to wake him up during the trial. Joshua changed his plea and admitted that he was involved in the desecration of the body, but he maintained his innocence of the murder after deliberations. The jury found Joshua guilty of murder and related charges. He was sentenced to life without parole, plus an additional 18 years for concealing evidence. His lawyer quickly sought to appeal the sentence, arguing that police did not have the necessary warrant when they first searched Joshua's room. However, the appeal was rejected,